I'm creative. Geez, nice grass here too, isn't it? Thank you. Partially. Oh. Try and do that without wrapping it completely around the body. Nah.
Look, we've at least got the chair, so that's good stuff. Yep. Okay, so that means I probably need more than one thing. Are you happy to do the thing where I begin in front of camera to welcome?
Yeah, sure, yeah, of course.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll chuck on when I get home. I have no idea.
Because the other option is we turn you around and you do the high jump.
Yeah, they might be doing high jump then.
Okay, so we might need to...
Maybe we gotta do it a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I've got a third person here to help me. Come here.
Maybe there's a pair.
What are we doing? We're going to move this stuff there so you can get the high jump.
They're going to be jumping on both pads, so maybe the middle will be a place.
Okay, sure.
Right.
So you grab that, I grab this, and...
Heads up.
No, you're going to be live in about a minute.
Maybe around here?
Yeah. Just bring it here, bring this stuff here. Here, down, down, down. Cool. And then we just... Where's going to be easiest for me to not be in the way?
Maybe here. Yeah.
Stand here, Jack.
Yep.
Thank you. Won't worry about doing the piece in front of camera.
Yeah, actually.
He's a tall man.
Building up your
Shh.
Yep. That one there, that one there.
Are we... How long till we're live, Rob?
You are live whenever you're ready.
Okay,
Already
I'm
live
ready to
on
go roll.
YouTube.
Do you want me to go wide on both?
Nah, just...
Well, very good morning, viewers, and welcome to the 2023 New South Wales Primary School Sports Association Primary Athletics Championships right here in beautiful Sydney at the Sydney Athletics Centre, Sydney Olympic Park. First and foremost, I acknowledge that at this event, we are on the lands of the Wongal people and pay respect to elders past and present and extend that respect to Aboriginal and or Torres Strait Islander people viewing this broadcast. And we are set for a wonderful day here. The sun is shining, and we'll be capturing all track events on this stream over the next 2 days. So please note that there are 2 dedicated field streams that will cover as many field events as possible. That's what we'll be aiming to do here. You might be able to see in your setup right now, we've got the high jump, 2 different pads there. There's also on the perimeters, discus and shot put. But all streams can be accessed through the School Sport Unit YouTube channel main page. We really hope that you enjoy all the performances from our incredible athletes over the next couple of days from primary students from across New South Wales. Many schools represented as well. So many different associations. Let's run through them all for you now. Got the Hunter School Sports Association, the North Coast School Sport, Northwest, the Riverina District, South Coast, Sydney East School Sport, Sydney Southwest, Sydney West, the Western School Sports Association, Sydney North, Barrier, PSSA, Paulding, MacKillop, and also the combined independent schools. So terrific events. Our first one will be getting underway here in terms of the field at 9 o'clock, and that will be the 11 boys high jump. So that's all set to get underway with Jake Horsey, who is lined up first for us here. And I've also have seen a few runners coming around for our first track event too. Just a reminder, of course, multiple streams today. You can choose what you'd like to watch. And for this particular feed, we're also covering discus and shot put. So fair bit to chew down here. Final instructions here from the marshals for our 11-year-old boys high jump. It's a strong field too. 21 jumpers in the first flight and then a further 19 in flight 2. So they're up and about now, ready to take their places here. So the record at this height, 1.65 metres. We'll just have a quick check for you as well as to which mat is associated with which flight. So confirmation coming through. We'll have flight 1 on the mat to the left-hand side of your screen and flight 2 to the right-hand side of the screen. Jake Murphy will be the first jumper as part of flight 2 and Jake Horsey, first jumper as part of flight 1. Terrific conditions here too at Sydney Olympic Park. Already quite warm. I'm expecting very, very warm temperatures today. Tops of about 25, 26 degrees, so well and truly above the average for Sydney as well. And already at 22 degrees now. Not too much of a breeze either. Of course, we're expecting that to more so impact the likes of discus, shot put, potentially even long jump, not so much the high jump here. So Jake Horsey, of course, the first jumper to happen on the left-hand side of your screen, representing the McKillop region from Bligh Park. And on flight 2, Jake Murphy from the North Coast, specifically the Nambucca Primary School there. Beautiful part of the world on the mid-north coast as the jumpers just going through their final warm-ups here too. Bit of noise ringing out across the ground as well with our first track event of the day, the 8 to 10 girls 1500 metre Section 1 finals. So no bar as of yet. Marshall's still running through our final checks, and we'll take a little opportunity right now to also do our final checks in terms of the heights that will be commenced at here for the 11-year-old boys high jump. Final processes going through here for our two different jumpers. Of course, this is the final itself, so we'll keep across both mats here. Our flight 1 mat on the left-hand side of the screen. First jumper to be Jake Horsey from Bligh Park. It's part of the McKillop region. And on the right-hand side of your screen, that is flight 2. Jake Murphy, the first jumper from Nambucca Primary. As part of the North Coast Representative Association. And confirmation as well that our first height will be 1.25 metres. And the record, quite an incredible one, held by 3 jumpers, Thornell, Curra and Richard, at a height of 1.65 metres. So certainly getting up and about. In terms of the top qualifying seed marks for Flight 1, it's Duke Lampret from Sydney East, with 1.5 metres as his seed mark. And on the right-hand side of your screen with Flight 2, 1.41 metres, held by both our first jumper in the form of Jake Murphy and then also our third jumper, William Dello. It's a strong field here, 40 jumpers, and it's worth pointing out too, this is a final, so the highest height jumped will of course result in medals here for our jumpers to begin this particular event. So the marshal's just running through the final seed checks here to make sure that jumpers are in their correct places. And each time a successful level is completed by our jumpers, we'll be raising the bar a further 5 centimetres. So beginning at 1.25 metres, of course, that means a fair few jumps when you consider our previous record is 1.65 metres at this age range, the 11-year-old boys high jump. More runners coming around as well. This is part of the Section 2 finals for the girls 8 to 10-year-old division, 1,500 metres. Making a good start here. Just a little delay for our high jump. There's, of course, a fair bit to be worked through. And as information comes back for us here on the stream, I'll certainly be passing that along to you as well. But for the information we do have, Jake Horsey set to be the first jumper here in Flight 1 on the left-hand side of the screen, and for Flight 2, set to be Jake Murphy, both starting at that 1.25 metre height. Some measurements coming out here just to check the bar height. Of course, we're required to start at 1.25 metres. Jake Horsey set to be the first jumper on the left-hand side of your screen. It's part of Flight 1, the Bligh Park Public School. As part of the McKillop Association. He'll be wearing a predominantly light blue top with maroon trimmings. And Jake Murphy from Nambucca, as part of the North Coast Association, set to jump first on the right-hand side of your screen as part of Flight 2. Last instructions here from the marshals, ensuring that everyone is in order as well.
Yeah. Eyes over there.
Switch. Top of it, first one.
So a few jumpers also absent here today. So Elvis Nathan from the Wallsend region and Greater Hunter Association. He won't be here, but first jump there attempted by Jake Horsey, just clipping the bar on the left-hand side of your screen, and now warming up. His jump on the right is Jake Murphy. Murphy coming through, beautiful clearance, and Murphy makes it at the height of 1.25, so he'll next be jumping at 1.3 metres. So Riley Death has passed, as has Duke Lampert. This is William Storley having a jump on the left-hand side, not clearing the bar on this occasion. And on the right-hand side, it's a beautiful clearance there from Billy Hetherington from the Riverina region. He is up and over. On the left-hand side here. Cleared from Wade Keenwell. Now stepping up is Ryan Hood on the left-hand side of your screen. And clipping at 1.25 metres. Attempt made this time around from William Morga. And that one not cleared. So left-hand side lining up now for the southwest region. And a great clearing jump here from Connor Clune. Really got the back working. Legs up in the air and clearing 1.25 metres. Not quite the case though. Out there for, I believe that might be Ryan Johns. A nice attempt pushing through there from Josiah Skinner from the combined independent schools. Clearing that one quite nicely. Dane Hendrickson also with a good clear here for the Sydney East Division. Staying with the left-hand side of the screen, and plenty of good jumps here too. So Harlan Danks also clearing. And a nice clearance there as well from Ryan Marr on the right-hand side of your screen. Sprinks with a beautiful attempt there from Josh Sprinks. He clears it for the Polding group. And now from the McKillop region in Dapto, it's Gianni Oitorino, and he makes a terrific attempt, clears it with relative ease and a bit of style too with the high socks. Don't see that too often in modern times. And of course, Elvis Nathan not jumping for this particular height. He's cleared out today, and speaking of cleared out, there goes Horatio Eastwood over the top here. And we'll stick with our left-hand side where we do have a double up. So Kingsley Lenton now coming forward for the Western Division on the left-hand side of your screen. Making the jump and clearing it beautifully. And likewise, I believe that might be Lincoln Bryant on the right-hand side of your screen. So Harrison Corrigan passing, and this is now Max Little on the left-hand side. Beautiful clearance from Max, up and over the bar from the Sydney Southwest. And now Cooper Wilson from Sydney North. Jumping from the left-hand side of the bar and clearing it with relative ease. And they're moving through nice and quickly here too. Cooper Wilson, a really good jump there. And now Ricky Hurd stepping up here for Polding and vaulting over the pole for that matter. Wonderful effort there from Ricky Hurd. And our last jumper on this left-hand side is Daniel Check. And Check and mate, he clears that as easy as you like. So up we go on the left-hand side of your screen. We'll now be rising this to 1.3 metres. Although Jake Horsey will still have an opportunity to try and clear here at 1.25. So he is stepping back up to the mat now. Horsey with a second attempt. This one nearly getting through, just clipping on the way across though for Horsey. Second attempt not successful. On the right-hand side of your screen, strong effort moving through. Just trying to check who that might have been. I believe that might have been Ryan Jose from CIS. It should mean this is Crosby Myers now stepping up for the Southwest Association. Not cleared. And clearance here, left-hand side of your screen. Good start made from our jumpers here. Halsey with one final attempt now to try and clear this 1.25 metre height. Let's back him in. Hopefully he can do exactly that. Halsey with the approach. Coming in nicely. This time clears it. Third time the charm. Halsey moves through to the next stage, 1.3 metres. Getting his bearings 100% correct on that occasion. Still a few jumpers needing to clear this height. That one not coming through, unfortunately, there. For I believe that's William Storley from the Barrier Association. He's still got another attempt, though, if he does wish to do so. Keeping eyes here on Storley to see if he's interested in having another attempt. Of course, he does have the option to do so. But based on how the marshals are positioned at the moment, might not be the case, but Ryan Hood still needing to have another opportunity here. It's part of the South Coast Association. I believe they might both be passing here on the attempt, having not quite gotten through. They might have another crack at the other height. Of course, we've already seen Riley Death, Duke Lampret, Baxter Carruthers and Harrison Corrigan all deciding against jumping the initial 1.25 metres. Easy as you like here on the right-hand side of your screen. A nice clearance moving through. And further clear there. So beautiful jump coming in from one of our Western competitors. I believe that might have been Anderson McMahon. And they're just recalibrating the heights here across both mats. We'll take a quick little time to check in with our administrators and ensure that we've got the correct jumpers moving through to the next phase of competition. So officials have now marked out 1.3 metres across both of our mats here for field 1 on the left and flight 2 of 2 on the right with our 2 mats. Just ensuring the height is consistent across both here. And losing a couple of jumpers on flight 1, William Storley, not progressing through to the second stage of competition. And for flight 2, Ryan Johns and Jack Reardon, along with Kieran Chessel, unable to move forward into the second phase of competition here. We'll just get some final checks as well as to which jumpers might be passing at this height. So Riley Death, the only jumper passing on the left-hand side of your screen, flight 1. So yet to see Riley jump here today. He's passed at both 1.25 and 1.3. And William Storley, after 2 unsuccessful attempts, opting against a third, and he is now out of the competition here for flight 1. With Ryan Johns, Jack Reardon and Kieran Chessel on the right-hand side of your screen, unable to get through to the next phase of competition. So lining up here on the right-hand side is Jake Murphy for North Coast. He'll be jumping first. Here he comes in now and clears 1.3 metres. And Murphy also doing a great job alongside Jake Horsey on the left-hand side. Horsey, who made it through on his 3rd attempt, clearing first time here for 1.3 metres. Billy Hetherington unable to get over the bar there on that first attempt though. On the right hand side, and then a lovely jump coming through here. I believe that's Duke Lamprette for Sydney South East with his first jump. That's successful at 1.3 metres. And William Dello just clipping the bar there on the right hand side. Lining up now, this is Baxter Carruthers for Combined Independent Schools on the left, and he does a great job here. Baxter hopping right over, having passed on the first attempt. And now William Malga clearing that one quite easily there for the South Coast on the right-hand side. And Wade Kenwell unable to clear that one here, so first attempt at the 1.3 metres unsuccessful. Back over to the right-hand side now. This is Jace Smith just clearing, doing a great job there. Here's Jace, and then trying to push through. Ryan Hood unable to clear on that height. So too for Cash Hall on the right-hand side now. So Connor Clune stepping up and clearing it beautifully, really kicking up the feet there at the depth for Connor Clune. He passes that 1.3 metre height. Josiah Skinner on the left. And on the right, Ryan Marr. Skinner clearing, Marr clipping, however. So another attempt required for Ryan Marr here. And Tristan Ganderton now stepping up here on the right-hand side of your screen. He'll approach from the right-hand side. An interesting attempt there. Just trying to jump straight over the bar. Not clearing it this time around. As Dane Hendrickson, the Vaucluse member here for the Sydney East Association, stepping up now and clearing it beautifully there. Dane Hendrickson. Lovely skill involved. As Anderson McMahon comes forward and nails it on the right-hand side of your screen. He's through. And a good effort here too from Josh Spinks. In fact, no, that is Harlan Danks clearing for Sydney North. Clipped from Lincoln. Lincoln Bryan on the right-hand side. Cleared, however, from Josh Spinks for Gunnedah. In the polling district. And now stepping up here is Gianni Ottorino, who does a great job and clears it. So too does Joel Pagano, the Turramurra Primary School, Sydney North representative. Storming in now, an attempt here from Horatia Eastwood. That one not cleared on this occasion. On the right-hand side of your screen, that's George Walters having a crack and making it too. Good clearance here from Kingsley Lenton on field one, flight one I should say, on the left-hand side of the screen. Leo Donaldson stepping up on the right. Now coming forward here is, I believe that might be Harrison Corrigan, who's gone through. And hasn't quite cleared it there though. Cleared though from, that might be Max Little out there. Yes, it is. Max Little on the left-hand side. And a wonderful jump here from Ryan Jose on the right-hand side. One more jumper to come. That's Crosby Myers for Blackheath here with the glasses. It's part of the Sydney West Association. But running through now is Ricky Hurd, who really clears it beautifully here for the Polding Association. And now Crosby Myers trying to get across, not quite getting through. So that is all of our initial jumps on the right-hand side. Back to the left here with Daniel Check trying to clear and doing a great job once more. In fact, this here now is Daniel Check. So that was Ricky Hurd clearing on the left, and Daniel Check also clearing. So pretty high success rate across both sides here. And also confirmation coming through, a record broken on the track. Alexander Miller with 4 minutes, 41 seconds, .67 in the boys 8 to 10, 1500 metre competition. But continuing on the 1.3 metre height here. Attempt made here from Wade Kenwell. That's a second unsuccessful jump here at this level. 1.3 metres. And now this is Ryan Hood lining up on the left-hand side. Hood coming forward, clipping again. And Ryan Marr now lining up on the right-hand side. And this one cleared, however. Good jump here from... Just trying to see who that might be. One of the Hunter Association boys. And stick with the right-hand side now from the Riverina region. Tristan Ganderton about to have an attempt here. Ganderton coming from the right-hand side again with that lackadaisical, simply stepping up, attempting to clear the bar in that fashion. Ganderton again unsuccessful though. And this time all good here from Kenwell, who moves forward into the 1.35 metre height. Nice clearance too, coming in from Anderson McMahon. So he's through on the right-hand side of your screen. Unsuccessful attempt here. Second time, though, from Ryan Hood. I think he might be calling that there. It's back over to this right-hand side. That's an attempt there from Anderson McMahon. And now Crosby Myers. Blackheath primary student, as part of the Sydney West Association. Having an attempt now. Myers unsuccessful on the second. I'll have a final check here across both sets of jumpers. Still a few to have a crack. And cleared here. With a nice jump. I believe that might be Billy Hetherington who's gone through. Jay Smith having that previous attempt. And now, once more, the opportunity here to try and clear at 1.3 metres for, that should be Ryan Ma from Castle Hill Primary. Ma coming through and clearing it with aplomb. Terrific performance there from Ryan Ma. So, another attempt here for, I believe, Tristan Ganderton. Here he goes, his third attempt, not liking the approach. He'll still have another opportunity now. 2 unsuccessful efforts so far from Ganderton. Looking to clear this time around. Has to get the approach right. Ganderton coming forward strongly, stepping up big time, but just clipping. Unfortunately, no dice here for Tristan. So by my calculations, that is 3 attempts. An effort here coming through Anderson McMahon. A lovely jump. And Crosby Myers now the last attempt here for the Flight 2 section of the finals, boys 11-year-olds high jump. Myers approaching from the right, stepping up nicely, just clipping the bar though there for Crosby Myers. So final checks here from our officials. They are all clear. So the height to be raised now to 1.35 metres. I'll take a quick little chance to check in with our officials and just gain confirmation on who is jumping at 1.35.
Just a reminder that we have instant photos shared. We're taking fantastic action photos today. They are located in the white photo trailer at the main entrance. Photos are able to be printed on the spot and are available today only.
So unsuccessful attempt there on the right-hand side of your screen by Billy Hetherington at 1.35 metres. And now William Dello clearing at 1.35. Jake Horsey on the left-hand side, unable to do so, though. Attempt coming on the right hand here. Unsuccessful from William Morga. And this will be Riley Death now on the left-hand side of your screen. Approaching and really clearing in superhuman fashion. Riley Death feeling very alive after that one. So Jace Smith now trying to clear through. Unsuccessful on the right. Nice jump though from Duke Lampret on the left-hand side of your screen. He's also cleared 1.35. Of course, that record 1.65 metres. So Ryan Marr coming forward now on the right-hand side, opting against the jump. Baxter Carruthers clearing there, and now stepping up is Wade Kenwell, the Orange Primary student. Unsuccessful here on the first attempt. So too is the effort on the right-hand side here of Ryan Marr. And now Anderson McMahon coming on this right-hand side. And McMahon nearly getting over the top. Just unable to clear though. Here comes an effort now from Connor Clune. Clune very close. Just grazing the bar as he was nearly all the way through. So unsuccessful attempt there for Connor Clune. Now Lincoln Bryant. Really rounded approach this time. Perhaps a little bit more rounded than we have seen so far as Josiah Skinner comes forward. Also unsuccessful. So this height presenting a bit of a challenge here for our jumpers at 1.35 metres. Clearing it pretty easily. At 1.3, it's just that little increment though. Right-hand side attempt here from Joel Pagano. That bar gets knocked down. Unsuccessful from Joel. George Walters next to step up on the right and coming in strongly now. Driving forward is Hendrickson. Hendrickson unsuccessful in that attempt. Walters clears it though. Lovely jump there from the Valentine Primary student in the Hunter Association, George Walters. Now Horatio, not quite successful there. Through Leo Donaldson, doesn't quite get that one. Harlan Danks unsuccessful in the previous attempt. The left-hand side, this is Josh Spinks now stepping up and making it. Spinks with springs. And also cleared there from Ryan Jose. So first round through here on flight 2 on the right-hand side. We've still got a few more first-up jumpers at the 1.35 metre level. From the McKillop Association, this is now Gianni Otterino. Otterino getting very close with those flashy fluoro boots. Not quite clearing though. However, it's a great attempt from Jake Murphy, who clears at the height. So 1.35, having an attempt there, not quite getting it though. On this left-hand side, also Billy Hetherington on a second attempt on the right, not quite clear there. I think this might be Harrison Corrigan we've got on this left-hand side. Stepping up now. And beautifully cleared too. Well, that is strong. So Max Little now with an attempt as Ryan Maher lines up on the right-hand side as well. Here comes Little. Little up and over, does a great job. Maher, Castle Hill Primary student, not quite clearing there. Anderson McMahon. Wonderful effort. He clears on the left-hand side, and now for Sydney North. That's through as well. Here comes the attempt on the left-hand side of your screen, though, for Lincoln Bryant. Second unsuccessful effort. Joel Pagano, the Turramurra Primary student, now having an attempt on the right-hand side. This is Ricky Hurd on the left, and Hurd clears beautifully. And Daniel Check again, looking good. So Check moves through. It's a pretty strong field across the two mats here at 1.35 metres. Now, most of our jumpers cleared on the flight one, left-hand side of the screen. Still a few to come through for Riverina. Here is Billy Hetherington. I believe that is his third attempt, so that should be an unsuccessful one. But here comes Jake Horsey. Again, just clipping the bar there at 1.35. Duke Lampret now. Lampret very close. It bobbled for a moment, looked as if it might fall back into place. But Lampret just unable to clear there. So Wade Kenwell now on this left-hand side, about to have the attempt. His final checks here as well. Lampret perhaps thought he was done and dusted, but they're having a little bit of a chat here. He might have one more attempt that he's not aware of. There's a few discussions going on. But here is, I believe, Ryan Maher now stepping up again for Sydney West on the right-hand side of your screen. This will be Ryan's final attempt. At 1.35 metres, again, doesn't like the approach. We've seen that a couple of times so far from Ryan. As Kenwell steps forward, doesn't clear this one though. Here comes Maher on the right-hand side again, not enjoying the approach. So he'll have to restart here. Two unsuccessful attempts so far from Maher at this level, 1.35. He approaches the game from the right-hand side. Big jump about it, just clipping the bar. Maher not happy with that effort, but he's done a good job so far today. And Connor Clune clearing beautifully on the left-hand side. He'll move through to 1.4 metres. This is now Josiah Skinner lining up on the left-hand side of your screen. Unsuccessful attempt from Lincoln Bryant on the right. Skinner comes forward. Skinner nearly clearing there, but just clipping the bar at the death. So another unsuccessful effort here from Skinner. And lining up now is Harlan Danks on the left-hand side on the Sydney North Association. And Danks, very close run thing, just clipping late in the piece. As Gianni Ottorino now looks to try and clear on the left-hand side. Just about to go through his paces here. Ottorino. Sheer focus and determination as he approaches the bar and clears it only for a moment, and groans ringing out even from the officials there. It looked good there for Gianni, but just falling at quite literally the final hurdle here. So incoming with the attempt now, Horatio Eastwood. Another red flag raised. As Kingsley Lenton will have the attempt now on this left-hand side of your screen from the Western Association. Lenton sweeping around from the right-hand side, taking the jump, nearly getting there, just clipping the bar. Heartbreak for Kingsley there. It's 1.35 metre height, proving to be a bit of a challenge now. So Jake Horsey with the last attempt here at 1.35 metres. Horsey coming forward, clearing it beautifully. Third time the charm here for Jake Horsey. He's through to 1.4. So Wade Kenwell now with his last effort of the morning here at this 1.35 metre height. Let's try and head into 1.4 metres. Now this would be higher than his seed mark. Not enjoying the approach there, Wade Kenwell. The seed mark for him, 1.33 metres. So this would be already heading over that mark at 1.35. Kenwell just not enough on that occasion. Another strike against his name. And unfortunately for Wade Kenwell, his morning and his jumping ends there. So Josiah Skinner now going to attempt himself from the combined independent schools. Here comes Skinner. Skinner up, over, but clipping the bar. Another red flag there for Josiah. And congratulations to him. Wonderful effort so far this morning, but that is as far as it goes for now. And Dane Hendrickson now from Sydney East Association. Hendrickson clearing beautifully, and he loves it too. The applause rings out, and the goanna too. Celebration there from Hendrickson. So now Harlan Danks from Sydney North will have the attempt. Danks coming forward and clearing is Harlan Danks. Has a nervous little look at the bar bouncing around, but it is staying in place. And now a last attempt here for Gianni Oitorino. Can he clear from the MacKillop Association, the Dapto primary school student? Of course, 1,000 different schools represented across our various events here today at Sydney Olympic Athletics Centre. Oitorino with a third attempt here for flight one. Oitorino coming forward and just clipping, almost it seemed before the actual jump had been undertaken there from Oitorino. Unfortunately for him, that's his morning done for the high jump event here in the 11 boys age bracket. Kingsley Lenton warming up as Horatio Eastwood comes forward. That one also just clipping the bar. And unfortunately there for Horatio, he's also tapped out, having cleared 1.3 but not 1.35. Kingsley Lenton now. Lenton coming forward. Great jump from Lenton, but just on the downward trajectory, clipping the bar with the shoulder blades. And Lenton also bows out. I'll just run through their final checks here. That might actually be the end of that particular height. There's still actually one more lining up. In fact, no, I think that is now done. Yes, it is. So that is all of our 1.35 metre jumpers on the left-hand side of your screen. Flight 1 completed. Flight 2 also completed, and now a much smaller field emerging. We'll quickly check in with our officials and get the updated jumpers for you. So we've just checked in with our officials, a number of jumpers clearing through to the 1.4 metre mark. We'll try and check back in with this particular event when we can, but we're now off to the shot put. So stay with us here on the stream.
soon as you're ready.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you.
We're good, Russell. Well, thanks for joining us once more here for a wonderful event, Sydney Athletic Centre, Sydney Olympic Park. This is the boys 12 to 13 shot put, and Pickle Ward now going through his process before trying to launch his shot put good distance here. He's all cleared, measurement coming through now. Of course, round 2. Keep going. 8.21. And Cooper Ward throwing 8.21 metres back. A strong effort from Cooper. Of course, the record here is by EJ Brown. 18.75 is an effort. Now, Jaden Siafiolgu comes through with that one, just not quite getting on deck up. It's a nice long throw, just a little wide of the mark for Siafiolgu. Now, Matt Sherwood for the Sydney North Association. Step up, our third last throw for round 2, and we'll actually be starting round 3 with Samana Searle. Here comes Sherwood with a nice strong throw here. That's Ward getting close to that 10 metre mark. The official confirmation coming through shortly. 9.31 metres there for Max Sherwood. Nice throw for him. The seed mark 10.05, so a little bit more for him. Strong throw too for Troy Johnson. Too far off the mark actually of Max Sherwood. 9 to 8, so just 3 centimetres between the two. Novak Petkovsky now steps up for Sydney East. Final thrower here. Second round of throwing. Petkovsky with a big effort here, launching that one a good 10 or so metres. We'll find out exactly how far it is in just a moment. 3, strong throw. 3, and there it is, over 10 metres. It's well and truly above the effort he succeeded with his seed mark, 10.02. Finding out his previous effort of 9.37. So good throw here for that Petkovsky. Petkovsky, I should say, 10.02. Round 3. Samana Searle elevated at the start of proceedings here. He's from the South Coast Association. Got the 200 metres to run in, so this is the start of round 3 here for the Kiama primary student. Searle with a nice launch here right down the middle as well. Plenty of flight on it too. The dust picking up as it made contact with the turf. So 8.97 metres there for Tamana Searle. That is above his effort in the seed mark of 8.95. This is now Curtis Cui from the combined independent schools. Really launching. That is Curtis. It's big. It's long. It's a stellar effort so far. So his seed mark, 11.63 metres. 11.53 on that attempt there for Curtis Q. We'll just have a quick little check-in now with our officials just to see who has set that previous marker that you might be able to see on your screen. So that previous throw there from Kobe Collard. Now from the northwest, this is Lakia Noble. Noble with a nice strong throw there. Up around that 10-metre mark, and of course that marker right at the end. That is your all-time record here, set back in 2012. So it stood for quite some time, 14.75 metres by E.J. Brown Vailua. And 10.1 there for Lakia Noble. It's a nice strong throw indeed. So now from the Barrier Association, this is George Harvey, seed mark of 8.34. So one of our throwers here from Sydney East. We'll try and do our best not to capture him on camera because I believe we don't have full media consent for him. But there is the throw coming in, and so far the longest throw is for Fono Kalafi Fa'anunu. Incredible effort of 13.39, so not too far off the 14.75 record set by E.J. Brown Vailua back in 2012. It's a very long-standing record, more than a decade now. This is Tavita Tongo. We'll have an attempt now. A seed mark of 9.66 metres for Tavita. That one's a pretty strong throw as well. Checks coming in. And a little under his mark for the seed mark itself of 9.66. That one 8.47 metres. And now Isaac Salpia Morgan. He'll have the attempt here from the Southwest Sydney Association. And it's a strong one too. Well, that's big. His seed mark is 9.49. That's well exceeded that. Won't quite be threatening the efforts of Fa'anunu with 13.39, but this is still big. Yeah, it's very strong here from Salpia Morgan, 10.58 metres. One of the bigger throws that we've seen so far since we've popped into the boys 12 to 13 shot put event. Now, a nice quick release here from Zane Norman. His seed mark of 9.24. I think this is going to exceed it though. And certainly has there from Zane Norman, 10.05. Cracking double digits, a lovely throw from him. And now up to the release point is Sam Merckx. And Merckx with a strong effort here. Previous seed mark of 10.09. Don't think it'll quite be that far. Certainly a decent effort nonetheless. Might be around 8.59. 8.62 is the call. So under that seed mark from Sam. So Hayden Bryan now for the North Coast from Bonville Public School. And Bryan with a good release here too. His seed mark 9.06. That one a little off centre. That might hamper him a little bit. And it's 9.01, so just underneath that seed mark. So Damien Davey now. He'll have the attempt. And nice one too from Damien, 8.07. This is William Smith now stepping up from Forbes for the Polding Association. Good release. Just nicking by the ear there. A little off to the left. That might hamper the distance just a touch here. A good seed mark from William, 10.15. And 8.77 there for William Smith. Now for the Riverina Association, it's Lucas Wood. Wood now sorting himself and really getting set to launch this one. Decent release. Just steering a little bit to the right-hand side, though. Seed mark for Lucas Wood of 9.23. I think this one will be a little bit shorter than that. 8.53 is the call for Lucas Wood. So this is now the man to watch. He currently leads all competitors. Whano Kalafi Fa'anunu from Sydney North. 13.39 so far, his best throw. He's the one to beat. Picture of concentration, and he does look strong. So the record could be under threat here. Keep a close eye on this effort. 14.75, the all-time mark to beat. Here comes Fa'anunu. Long throw here from Fa'anunu. It's pretty close to the record. It's not going to exceed it, though. quite sure if that will exceed his previous best so far of 13.39. He's pretty much on the seed mark so far of 13.31. This is big as well, though. In fact, it has 1.344. So he's exceeded his previous mark of 13.39 metres. 13 metres here and 44 centimetres. A massive effort from Fono Kalafi Fa'anunu. The mark to beat here. Patrick Ralston with terrific technique. That one a little misguided though, heading out towards the left-hand side. 8.88 is Patrick's seed mark. This one just shy of the 8 metre mark from where I'm sitting. And it is indeed 7.78 metres there for Patrick Ralston. Now, Justin Bora as part of the... In fact, I don't think that is Justin Bora. I think we've actually moved here to Hunter Austin. He is wearing the combined independent schools outfit here. And decent release too from Hunter Austin. In fact, yes, so Justin Bora not throwing in between. 10.49 the seed mark for Hunter Austin. That one a little less, 9.56. Isaiah Schuster will be the other thrower to watch. He'll be coming in shortly. His seed mark of 12.38. It's the closest seed mark to the efforts of Fa'anunu. This now is Ewan Shalkowski. Good release from Ewan. Up towards that 10 metre mark. So this will be pretty close to cracking double digits. And 9.65 for Ewan Shalkowski. 1 centimetre more than the seed mark. So very consistent from Ewan. Now, Palalawa Salesa from the Sydney Southwest Association with a seed mark of 9.7. Stepping up to the mark now. Salesa working through the motions. Stepping right up to the mark. A really good release too from Celesta. I think that's more than going to beat that seed mark of 9.7. It looks strong. A little out to the left-hand side. And it is good from him. 10.16. So in this third phase, it's actually to date the third highest. After, in fact, I should say the fourth highest. Of course, Fa'anunu is still the man to beat. So Andrew Kim now in Sydney's North, the Beecroft primary individual. Good release here. All style too with the Sunnies. 10.03 the seed mark for Andrew Kim. And 8.79 the mark there for Andrew Kim. So now Nash Groth, the Gunnedah primary student for the Polding Association. A concerted approach here in the lead up to his shot. Wide stance from Nash Groth from Gunnedah. Groth putting the whole body behind that effort there. Not a bad release either. Nash Groth with a seed mark on record of 9.41 metres. This one will be a little bit shorter than that. .862 there for Nash Groth. Getting very warm here too at Sydney Olympic Park. The sun is out in full force. It was a forecast maximum of 25 degrees today, but I think it might be exceeding that at the moment. It's now stepping up here for the Riverina Association is Jack Cooney. Not a bad throw from Jack. Colin Barley Jr. And yes, a very strong throw there from Jack Cooney, 9.31. Easily eclipsing his seed mark of 8.62. So Wendell Willemhouse now for the Hunter Association. It's a long, lovely release here from Wendell. Now, his seed mark is 8.52. He smashed that out of the water here. Really good release from Wendell Willemhouse. Yeah, 9.44, so nearly a metre further than his seed mark. Now, of course, Tamana Searle has already thrown, so we'll now move to Bo Lidbetter, a Flinders student representing the South Coast Association here. Previous seed mark of 9.85. A lot of height about that one there from Bo. Looks a little disappointed about the effort. Still decent meterage on it, but plenty of flight on that release. We also see the 1500 metre Section 2 finals here for the boys 12 to 13 division coming around on your screen. And of course, a reminder, we've got multiple streams running here today for the 2023 New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships. Live and free from Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. Hope you're enjoying all the coverage across the various streams. Xavier Hunt and Cooper Green having a couple of throws there. 8.99 is the mark. Now, Gabriel Plummer from Castle Hill representing Sydney's West. Plummer with a beautiful release. Nice technique too, kicking the foot up and then stomping down for that release. 9.54, Gabriel Plummer's previous seed mark. And he has exceeded that. 9 metres and 66 centimetres. Now also from the Sydney West Association, this is Hayden Free. Now with a seed mark of 11.88 metres, Hayden definitely one to watch here. He could be in medal contention. Hayden with a good long release here. That's big from Hayden. He's pumped too. The Excelsior student excelling here. Well, this, I think, is eclipsed 12. And this could be certainly a medal range throw here from Hayden Free. It is 12 indeed. It's more than the Dirty Dozen. It's 12.39. So at least by my mark here, that would put him into second place. I believe Curtis Cooey with 11.87 was previously in that second place. Here's a nice strong throw as well coming in from Kobe Mills with a seed mark of 10.46. And that's pretty strong too. Now, here certainly he's a man to watch from the McKillop Association. Isaiah Schuster, so 9.65 the mark there for Kobe Mills, but Schuster with a seed mark of 12.38. Also, potentially a medal awaiting this attempt here from Isaiah Schuster. Another competitor with a very strong seed mark. Here he goes now, working through his approach. Process is a good one. Big release too here from Schuster. It's long. I don't think it's quite as long, though, as Hayden Free. Will certainly be thereabouts, though, from Isaiah Schuster. And 11.81, so that does put him very close to medal range. I don't quite think that is a throw that is within the top three at the moment. I'm quite sure Curtis Cooey actually has a throw of 11.87 recorded so far, and we'll check in just a moment too. We'll stick with Daniel Uthmeyer at the moment because another high seed mark here of 10.81 metres previously. He's from Sydney's West as well. Uthmeyer now. A bit too much height and elevation there from Uthmeyer. That'll fall a little bit short. We'll just quickly check in to see what those medal positions currently are standing at.
Medal winner, Loretto Kirribilli, CIS, Ava Jacob.
So this now becomes a very important throw here from the Western Association for Carson Ostini. So 11.85, currently in fourth. If he can best that mark by just a little bit, he'll be back into medal contention. Of course, Curtis Cooey with 11.87 is that mark to beat to try and jump up into third. Carson Ostini knows the situation here. He was checking in with the officials just before this throw. He knows he needs a big one. Ostini with lots of height, not enough length on that one though. And he might just fall agonisingly short here. Carson Ostini, so we've got 7 more throws to go. Their last throw here, round 3. And as it stands, Hayden Free sitting in second place. Curtis Cooey with 11.87 in third. And Fonokalafi Fa'anunu, the benchmark here, 13.44. And there's a good release coming in from Brad Bevan as well from the MacKillop Association. Seed mark of 9.64. I'll get the last little checks here. It's a good one too from Brad Bevan. 10 metres and 9 centimetres. Now Cooper Ward, we've come full circle. So when we commenced our stream here at the 12 to 13 boys shot put, our first thrower was Cooper Ward from the Northwest Association. Here is Ward now with an 8.95 seed mark. And thereabouts the mark as well, maybe just a little bit shy of that. Glen Innes product. Just recapping at the moment, of course, it's not all about winning here today. Just great to see so many talented young athletes participating at a beautiful venue. It's 8.16 there for Cooper Ward, but current gold medal position belonging to Fonokalafi Fa'anunu with 13 metres, 44 centimetres on the throw. Hayden Free, who had a seed mark of 11.88 metres. He's beat that by more than half a metre in his third attempt here. Hayden Free, 12.39. That one well wide there from Jaden Sift Kioglu. And now Max Sherwood with a seed mark of 10.05. His previous throw at 9.31. From Sydney's North, what can Max do here? It's another consistent throw here from Max Sherwood, constantly up around that 9.5 to 10 metre mark pathway. And you'd imagine, well, that should be our top three sewn up here. So still Troy Johnson to throw and Novak Petkovsky. Seed marks, though, much shorter than the throws that have been completed so far from Hayden Free, Whanokalafi, Fa'anunu and Curtis Cooey. It's a really strong release, though, nonetheless, though, from Troy Johnson. 9.21 his previous effort. And it's a good effort here from Troy Johnson, eclipsing that previous mark by 38 centimetres, 9.59. So last throw just about coming up here. I think we might have one other shot putter who has hopped around the order a little bit after the effort here of Novak Petkovsky with 10.02 his previous best. This one up around that mark as well. So consistent today for Novak. Part of Sydney's East. And 9.58. I'm just checking that we're all clear. I think that might be it in terms of our three different throws here in our phases. So from where we're standing, those medal positions are wrapped up. Whanokalafi Fa'anunu, 13.44, that gold medal position. Hayden Free in silver with 12.39, and Curtis Cooey, 11.87, claiming out the bronze. Strong efforts across the board here at the boys, 12 to 13 shot put. We'll head across to our next event. Stay with us right here on the stream. Welcome back here to Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre for the 2023 New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships. This is the boys 8 to 10 discus throw final. We've narrowed it down from a field of 41 to now our top 8 throwers. So Harrison Forth from Sydney's West Association will be the first man to throw here. And qualified for this top 8 with a throw of 32.12 metres. Incredible effort. The all-time record at this level, 45.02 metres, registered all the way back in 2009. It's a very long-standing record, 14 years now. Cameron McIntyre, the man to have done that. So Harrison Forth stepping forward now. And the Sydney West Association, good sportsmanship too, as the other competitors give Harrison a big round of applause. He approaches the netting now, taking his place in the circle. Lovely release here from Harrison. It's gone a good distance too. We'll get the official confirmation on just how far that is shortly. It's certainly up over that 30-metre mark. Exact distance will be relayed to us shortly soon. The white flag has gone up. And it's confirmed as 3:1:17, so not quite as far as his qualifying mark here to reach the last 8. 3:1:17 for Harrison Forth. A good start here for the Sydney West product, and now Riley Sandstrom, the combined independent schools, stepping up. That one into the side netting here for Riley, but not to worry. 3 attempts, of course, for each of our throwers in this final 8. Riley previously with a mark of 32.48 to get to this point. We are going in sequential order in terms of the higher we go. The further into the order, the higher the distance was thrown. So that one will still count there for Riley Sandstrom, 8.29 metres. And Levi McKenzie now, who's just finished running on track, now straight back to the nets here for Sydney Southwest Association. 32.75, the mark to get to this point. It's a terrific release here from Levi. It's gone a good distance too. This will be interesting to see. I think that might well have eclipsed the 32.75 mark. White flag is up. It looks nice. So not quite getting there in terms of that previous best to arrive at this top 8 position of 32.75. That particular throw, 32.31, so 32 metres, 31 centimetres there for Levi McKenzie. Still, as it stands, the longest throw in this next section here. The final 8. And Jordan Tracy, I believe that was, there from CIS. Just double check that for you. This was indeed Jordan Tracy, so the seed mark of 28.42 metres. That one, however, outside the boundary mark, so attempt number 1 unsuccessful there for Jordan Tracy. Still waiting on Lucas Gil Gomez here. So they'll go here for Benjamin Sullivan now from Polding to step up. Really strong throw from Benjamin. So far his best mark 34.12. Nobody has beaten that as of yet. Levi McKenzie, his attempt here as part of the final 8. Of course, they get 3 attempts from this stage onwards. 32.31, that's the best mark so far. Polding with a great release and really getting good flight too. Elevation was nice. And this one will be right up there. White flag is up. Throw cleared. Getting the measurement now here. And it's big here from Benjamin Sullivan. 3.459. So that is his biggest throw so far. And it keeps him in that 3rd place mark at the moment. Jacob Tonga with 34.65, just 6 centimetres further at this stage. But he is going to be pushing for that top spot. Lachlan Chappell with 35.94, the mark to beat at the moment. Here is Tonga. Tonga into the side netting here, and the red flag is raised. That attempt won't count here. So still the best mark for Jacob Tonga at 34.65 metres. So Lachlan Chappell not with us at the moment here for Discus. 35.94, still the winning mark though. He's competing in other events at the moment, so they'll hop back around to our beginner here for the final 8. This is Harrison 4th with a second attempt after the first effort of 31.17, the best mark, 32.12. Again, good technique from 4th, and the release is quite nice as well. White flag up once more. That's a clear throw. Just over here, potentially some of the administration staff saying, geez, he's so consistent. Certainly is the case. And 3.151 there for Harrison 4th, just eclipsing his previous attempt of 3.1.17. Still not quite his biggest so far of 3.2.12, so we'll need a nice big one on the last. That release there from Riley Sandstrom, another nice one. No netting this time around. Previous attempt of 8.29. And the best mark so far, 32.48. So 3.2.14 for Riley Sandstrom. That one picking up good meterage. Still not quite eclipsing his best throw so far of 3.2.48. So Sandstrom at this point still sitting in 7th overall. I'm just having a little look here for Levi McKenzie. We do now have Lachlan Chappell back with us, so he will get to have a throw later on. Hasn't had his first attempt yet. So Levi McKenzie now for Sydney Southwest. with a second attempt here in the final 8. Previous best mark of 3:2.75. And again, strong release here from Mackenzie. He looks happy with that. I would be too. That's got plenty of distance on it. Nice and straight as well. That can really chew up the meters as a result. Previous effort was 3:2.31. And that one, however, isn't quite as far. But consistency, a real pillar of Mackenzie's performance so far. 3:2.75, 3:2.31, 3:1.29. So it's all thereabouts. And across our top 8 finalists, well, less than 4 metres separating 8th from first place at the moment. Lachlan Chappell, of course, is that man representing the McKillop region. This now is Jordan Tracy here for Combined Independent Schools. A curving effort here from Tracy. Good release once more. His best so far today, 32.91. This looks once again to be thereabouts. Flag is up, so good to see that's a clear throw. A little bit of elevation there, though, from Jordan Tracy, 2.870. So well below his previous best so far today of 32.91. His seed mark coming into this particular event, though, was 28.42, so he's thrown well above that all day so far. 28.7 that attempt. And now this is Lachlan Chappell for his first attempt here in the final 8. Chappell going long, but being picked up by the breeze there and continuing to float out to that left-hand side. So first attempt, unable to register another score here, but still in the lead, 35.94, the best so far today from Chappell. He is the benchmark, as Benjamin Sullivan, who threw a very strong 34.59 on his last attempt, steps up to try and better that here. This one, not quite a clean release on this occasion here from Sullivan. Still decent meterage, though. But the best of 34.59. Not quite under pressure here. That one looks to be about 20 potentially. So 2.600 exactly. Sullivan's best mark still 34.59. Still in a bronze medal position here. Of course, the all-time record set back in 2009 from Cameron McIntyre, 45.02 metres. As Jacob Tonga, the Hunter Association representative, now steps up, 34.65, his best effort so far today. It's a nice release too here from Tonga. He is pumped. It had plenty of elevation. A beautiful flight too. Nice and flat, no wobble at all in that discus. And this could be his best one yet. This could come close. Yeah, it's very close to being his best. 3.312. Just a metre under that mark, 34.65. He was happy with the release. So it's another strong effort here from Tonga, still in that silver medal position. And still, unfortunately, no sign of Lucas Gil Gomez. In fact, here he is now stepping up. So Lucas Gil Gomez here. His first attempt in the final 8. And Gil Gomez with a nice release and just staying inside the circle. That's all clear. This one should definitely be up over that 30-metre mark. And coming into this one, he was sitting in 5th place overall. 32.82, his best mark of the day. That one a little shy of that though. 3.214, still good consistency about Gil Gomez. So, last attempt now coming in here for Harrison Forth from the Sydney West Association. Best throw so far today, 32.12. Needs a big effort here to get inside that medal position. Once more, a nice release from Harrison. Great efforts. However, the red flag has been raised, just stepping outside the circle. So last attempt won't count here for Harrison Forth. Strong performance from him so far today here for the 2023 New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships, the 8 to 10 boys discus throw. 32.12, his best effort though, as Sandstrom now steps up to the plate. On that one, sailing wide from Riley Sandstrom. So that last attempt will not count. And the best effort from him so far today, 32.48. Solid performance from Sandstrom. As it stands, he will finish in 7th. 8th locked up as well for Harrison Forth. And Levi McKenzie with one final attempt to best his 32.75 here. Real whirlwind of a performance there from McKenzie. Spinning around, pirouetting like a ballet dancer. And a pretty good release too. I'm not sure if that is going to best his previous mark of 32.75 though. It's close. And just a little shy of that. 3.177 is the call. So 6th place locked now for Levi McKenzie, as Lucas Gil Gomez steps up for his second attempt in the final 8. 32.82, his best so far. And that is a brilliant release there from Gil Gomez, nice and flat. A little bit of wind picking up, though, to contend with as well. That was blowing directly into us just as that throw occurred. So that could hamper things a little bit here for Gil Gomez, but the release was really nice. Still a strong effort here from Gil Gomez, a real pillar of consistency. 3.255 on that occasion. The previous attempt before that one, 3.214. 3.282, the best so far, as Jordan Tracy steps up. Tracy with a nice flat release. That's long too. This could be a good one here for Jordan Tracy. Previous effort just 28.7. His best so far today, 32.91. But he's stepping up on the final attempt here. Third and final. And it is good here from Jordan Tracy. 3.303. It's his best marker of the day. Well and truly above his 28.42 seed mark, as Lachlan Chappell, the leader so far, steps up for a second attempt here. That one into the side, ending there for Chappell. Still the benchmark, of course, though. 35.94, his best throw today. Hasn't been a happy sequence here, though, in this final stage of the competition. The last 3 throws here for the top 8. And 7.93, that marker there from Lachlan Chappell. So that's his second attempt. Benjamin Sullivan now stepping up for his third and final. The best mark so far today of 34.12, still in the bronze medal spot. And squeezing, but just not finding a passage inside the markers here. So his best result will remain at 34.12. So third place is locked. And now it's up to Jacob Tonga to try and overcome the mark of Lachlan Chappell. He'll get one last attempt here. His best mark, 34.65. The previous attempt, 33.12. They might go with Lucas Gil-Gomez first. That is a possibility. They're doing some final checks here. Gil-Gomez still has one throw. And yes, they will go back to Lucas Gil-Gomez here. So 32.82, his best total so far. One final throw here for Gil-Gomez to hop up into a medal placing. He needs to eclipse 34.12. Well, it's nice here as well from Gil-Gomez, bending back around Beckham style. This will be pretty close to his other efforts. I don't think it's going to eclipse the 34.12 of Benjamin Sullivan. So 3.236 here for Lucas Gil-Gomez. That means our top 3 is locked. Benjamin Sullivan, the bronze medal, Jacob Tonga and Lachlan Chappell now the only 2 who can still contest for this gold medal. So Tonga now, silver wrap, gold still on offer though. 34.65, the mark to beat, 35.94. And it's long and high here from Tonga. This could put a little bit of pressure on that top throw from Chappell. He's happy with it too. 34.65, his previous best. The mark to beat, 35.94. I think it might just fall a little shy of that. So 3.349 for Jacob Tonga. That means he does wrap up the silver medal, but Lachlan Chappell has claimed it. 35.94. Second for Jacob Tonga. Third for Benjamin Sullivan. But this man stepping up already has the gold waiting to be adorned around his neck. Can he best that previous mark, though? 35.94. Lachlan Chappell with the last attempt. And Chappell not able to best his previous outcome, but he won't worry too much. Gold medal wrapped up here for the MacKillop Association representative. Lachlan Chappell throwing the furthest here today, 35.94, but he's done so in qualifying, not in the finals itself. The first attempt here in the finals for Lachlan Chappell, an unsuccessful one. Just 7.93 metres on the second effort. And the third around about that mark as well. So that wraps it here for the boys 8 to 10 discus throw. Chappell gold with 35.94 metres. Jacob Tonga representing the Hunter Association silver medal with 34.65, his best throw. And third in bronze placing, Benjamin Sullivan from Polding, who bested his qualifying attempt at 34.12. His first throw was an absolute ripper here in the final section, 34.59. He claims third. So just recapping there, gold, Lachlan Chappell, silver, Jacob Tonga, and bronze, Benjamin Sullivan here in the boys 8 to 10 discus throw. The record still intact, though, from Cameron McIntyre, 45.02, set back in 2009. We'll take a quick break, and the stream will continue shortly.
Marnie Lawrence, report to presentation from Marnie Lawrence. Thank you.
Hey Josh, I'm just giving Jack Mac a break on camera. Um, yeah, I didn't realise they didn't have the plate on because it wasn't. Well, yeah, because they were over there just standing around. There was no event happening. Okay. Yeah, so we don't have the plate on between events. It's only when they move it. Yeah. But I'm just wondering, he's got. Okay. Yeah. No, sounds good. Oh, I just didn't know. Yeah, I thought you was but that's all good. But I was just wondering. He's had the
Ladies and
onboard on
gentlemen, can I draw
channel
your
2. Have you
attention
been
to the
using it that way?
presentation area where we have a very special award being presented.
Well,
It's
at the
the
moment,
New
well, at the
South Wales
moment.
Primary School Sports
Well, he had
Association
it turned down, but he had
Service Award. In 2010, whilst teaching at Oakdale Public School, Dean first managed the Sydney.
Welcome back here to the 2023 New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships at Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. This is the Multiclass girls shot put between the ages of 11 and 13. First attempt here from Heidi Luchenko. And just to clue you in as to how we're organising this, it's not necessarily the furthest distance thrown here. There's a number of factors at play. So each of our athletes here have been assigned a shot put based on their classification, either a 2 kilogram shot put or a 3 kilogram shot put. And then in addition to that, there's also a baseline based on their ability classification. The higher the baseline, the more percentage loading. So we calculate all of those and come away with a final result. So we won't actually know until this event has wrapped up as to exactly where our competitors have placed in this one. So we'll keep you across the distances that are thrown, but just keep in mind different weighted shot puts and different baselines, which we don't have in front of us here. There is a special calculator that the administration officials and the marshals are working towards. But this is Annalise Cherry, who is having a throw now for Sydney's West. Hailing from Pitt-Town. A lovely little release there from Annalise. So calculating the distance thrown here, which will certainly be keeping you across. Annalise using that 2 kilogram shot put, and it's a nice little palindrome to start here for Annalise Cherry. 3 metres and 33 centimetres. So Alexia Codling from beautiful Foster, representing the Hunter region, gets a nice release here using that 3 kilogram shot put. Her seed mark 2.96 metres. And not too far off that mark here with her first attempt. 2.82 for Alexia Codling. So now Lexi Brown from Nambucca Heads on the beautiful mid-north coast, representing the North Coast Association. The 3 kilogram shot put attempt. It's a nice long throw here too. Great release from Lexi. And it's a strong effort too. First release at 4.77. So well done to Lexi. And now from the MacKillop Association, hailing from Albury, it's Mia Hogan, who will step up here in the blue and maroon outfit. Hogan with a very swift and smooth release there. Good meterage too. Of course, Mia with a classification of TF13. And throwing 4.66, Mia Hogan. So Jade Reeves now for the Hunter Association. And they're switching the emphasis here with Jade being left-handed. Throwing with a 2 kilogram shot put. Calculation coming in here at Sydney Athletics Centre. And 2.95, the first attempt here for Jade Reeves. Now Evalesi Taupamuhu will have the attempt here, representing the Riverina region. And a huge throw here too from Evalesi. Strong work. It's gone some distance up towards that 8 metre mark. And 7.91 here for Evalesi Taupamuhu. Now representing the Polding Association, hailing from Orange, it's Mackenzie Miller with her first attempt, a seed mark of 5.16 metres. Good release here from Mackenzie. That one falling around about 4.5, 5 metres. We'll get the official mark in just a moment. Of course, if you are just joining us here on the stream, there are multiple streams running across the day. We've got our 2 separate field streams and also our track coverage too, and we'll be bringing you all the action across the day. Very warm conditions here too in Sydney. Up around 26 degrees at the moment. Nice release here from Melinda Hotz. From Lake Munmora. And 3.06 the first mark here for Melinda Hotz. So Elena Busser from Bligh Park, representing the McKillop Association. They 2 kilogram shot put here. Picture of focus as she lines this one up. And a good release too. So that should be up and over 5 metres here as the boys 12 to 13 200 metre preliminary is running in the background as well. And catch that stream with the track event stream here. And Elena Busser throwing 4.85, so not too far off that 5 metre mark. Now, Isabel Windsor O'Keefe not with us for this particular event. Instead, we move to Kalani McMahon. Beautiful Bomaderry. And throwing a bomb as well. That one up towards 5 metres. Lovely part of the world on the south coast, and that is, of course, the association she's representing. Just shy of the 5 metre mark, 4.99 is the marker there for Kalani McMahon. Just a reminder too, it's not necessarily who is throwing the furthest for this multi-class division, the girls 11 to 13 shot put. As Crystal Gill for the North Coast releases that 2 kilogram shot put, hailing from Casino. Taking in a broad area, the North Coast as well, from around the likes of Nambucca Heads, Port Macquarie, and stretching all the way into Casino as well. 4.30 is the measurement there for Crystal Gill. Now, no Chloe Smith, so it will be Sora Wong. Putney student representing Sydney North, and she'll be throwing a 3 kilogram shot put here from that left-hand side. Along with a nice little hop and a skip, and then the release. Good distance about it as well. 5.03 metres, the seed mark coming into this event. And she's eclipsed that, 5.29, a strong throw there for Sora Wong. That is, of course, the key here for these athletes. They're very happy to be competing in such an illustrious venue. And the goal, of course, is personal best alongside participation. So Macy Wilson releasing that one there. In fact, that might have been Isabella Skipworth. So I think Macy Wilson, yes, she has actually already had a few throws earlier today. That's the confirmation coming across. So 4.24, that's Isabella Skipworth, our most recent thrower. Hailing from Trundle. And now from Panania in Sydney's southwest, representing that association, it's Chloe Hunter. Now, I was watching her in the warm-up. She's got terrific technique for shot put. Hunter, a little bound to the leg and then big spin and release. A lovely throw there from Chloe Hunter, throwing that 3 kilogram shot put. Her seed mark, a very strong 6.55 metres. The sun will be right up there too. 6.54, so 1 centimetre less than the seed mark. So very consistent for Chloe Hunter. And representing the Riverina region is Angela Ayres from Nangus. Seed mark of 3.17 metres. Good release here too from Angela. That will be nice and close to that seed mark. Might even be eclipsing it actually. Really warming up here too in Sydney. It is hot. And there it is, a great throw from Angela Ayres, 3.48, so more than 30 centimetres beyond her seed mark. This is Bella Buccarelli, representing Sydney's East. Bucchiarelli. Really nice throw on that occasion as we just about tick over into the afternoon. So hopefully you have been enjoying all the action throughout the morning so far. And another palindrome here. And shot put. That one just a little shy of the seed mark of 4.92. That first attempt there from Bucchiarelli, 4.44. And Sienna Haag with the 2 kilogram shot put. Previous seed mark of 2.97, representing the Polding Association. That one just squeezing inside the outlines. And pretty consistent as well. So 2.92. That's our first round done here. Flight 1 of 1, the finals for the Multiclass girls, 11 to 13 shot put. So our officials just calculating, using, of course, that special calculator here. But the girls will have another attempt now. So we begin anew. Round 2 here with Heidi Lutsenko from London and representing the MacKillop Association. Good, strong release here. That's well and truly gone beyond the first effort of 3.33. Might even beat the seed mark of 5.34 for Heidi Lutsenko. Exactly 5 metres on the dot. So close to the seed mark, certainly eclipsing the first attempt of 3.33. Now Annalise Cherry, representing Sydney's West, stepping up for her second attempt. The first effort 2.82, seed mark of 4.08. Throwing there with the 2 kilogram shot put. Another good release from Annalise. This one, I fancy, has gone a little bit further than the first attempt. And now Alexia Codling. That most recent throw from Foster, representing the Hunter region. 2.94 there for her second attempt, just shy of the seed mark, 2.96. Now Lexi Brown from Nambucca Heads, representing the North Coast Association. Again, a huge release here. That is strong work from Lexi Brown. Seed mark of 7.34. And I dare say that is well and truly gone past that mark here. It's looking like it's up around that 6 metre range, so this could be 5.86. It's Brown's best throw of the day so far, 5.86. Previous seed mark of 7.34. And again, a strong release here from Mia Hogan, representing MacKillop, hailing from Albury. 4.66 the previous mark, 5.36 the seed mark. And 5.42 for Mia Hogan, so beating her seed mark, beating the previous effort as well of 4.66. Really good work there from Mia Hogan, 5.42. This is now Jade Reeves, representing the Hunter region, her second attempt. The first effort, 2.95, which was already eclipsing the seed mark of 2.83. This one will be thereabouts again, so lots of consistency from our throwers. And again, very close, and once more ahead of that seed mark, 2.88 metres there for Jade Reeves. Well done to Jade. Now Evalesi Taupamuhu. That one is big from Evalesi again. First effort was 7.91. It was a huge effort. Well and truly more than a metre above that seed mark of 6.81. This one very close too, so Lots of consistency here with a 2 kilogram shot put for Everlesi, 7.87. Just 4 centimetres shy of the first attempt. Now, Mackenzie Miller for Polding. That one a good release too, so 4.1 previous mark for her to beat in terms of effort so far today. Coming into this, the seed mark 5.16. And that one has improved on the first effort, 4.33. Now, just a reminder too, it's not necessarily who throws the furthest for this particular event. This is the girls 11 to 13 shot put multi-class, so a range of disabilities, both physical and otherwise. And each shot putter is assigned a shot put based on their classification, either a 2 kilogram shot put, that's the orange one you're seeing on your screen, or the 3 kilogram shot put looking a little bit like a cannonball. And then additionally to that, there's percentage calculations which are weighed based upon the disability, and that is formed from a baseline itself. So that baseline is an ability classification, and the higher the baseline, the more percentage loading. That's the simplest way to explain it to you. So we see the attempt come in there from Elena Busa, 4.85 the previous one, and this one an improvement too, 4.90, just shy still of the seed mark of 5.17. And now Kalani McMahon, representing the South Coast Association, 4.99 the previous marker, and that one is bigger. So she's already beat her seed mark previously of 4.98 with the first throw. Second attempt looking even bigger here. And it is too, 5.17. So this now, Crystal Gill, representing the North Coast from Casino, 4.47 the seed mark. The first attempt, 4.3. This is around about the same range again here at Sydney Athletics Centre. This one, 3.80, so a little shy of the first attempt there from Crystal Gill. Now, no Chloe Smith. It would have been from Windsor Park, representing the Sydney West Association. Instead, we move to Sora Wong, hailing from Putney, representing Sydney's North. And Wong, big throw here. That's nice and strong from Wong. The first attempt was 5.29. I think this will eclipse it. And the seed mark, of course, 5.03. But this is looking very close to 6 metres. A little shy of that, but yes, her best effort so far, 5.31. So now Isabella Skipworth, representing Polding and hailing from Trundle. Good release here from Isabella, 4.24, her previous effort. Seed mark, 4.11 metres. This one, 4.19, so a real pillar of consistency, just 5 centimetres between the first and second attempt. And now Chloe Hunter, a very stylish thrower, 6.54 the previous attempt. Seed mark coming into this event, 6.55, so also very consistent with her approach and results. That one, however, more than consistent. That is huge from Chloe Hunter. Well, that has got to be veering on a PB for her. 6.54 the previous mark. I think this one will be closer to 7. Well, in fact, it's actually 5.6. It's skewed a little bit to the left-hand side, and maybe that has just caused a slight retreat in that distance. So Angela Ayres now for Riverina. 3.17 is the seed mark coming into this event. And 3.21, her result there. Not quite as big as the first attempt, but certainly up and over the seed mark of 3.17. So well done to Angela. Now, Mibella Buccarelli. Previous attempt of 4.44, the seed mark 4.92. This one, once more, looking quite consistent. And it is 4.32, so just the 12 centimetres difference between first and second attempt. And now Sienna Haag with her second shot here for Paulding. 2.92 the first attempt, just 5 centimetres shy of the qualifying seed mark. And that attempt is 2.71. So that is all of our contestants with their second throw. One final attempt here. And as I mentioned, we won't know who specifically is winning. There's a lot of factors at play. Differently weighted shot puts. Different baseline calculations to work with too, which will result in a individual percentage to be weighted onto the final score. That's based on the ability range of the individual competitor. Of course, this is our girls 11 to 13 shot put multi-class. And again, a very smooth release there from Heidi Luchenko, who has improved with each and every throw. 3.33 the first one. 5 metres the second attempt. I think this one will be potentially even better. And it certainly is. 5.43, so well done to Heidi. Each and every throw improving on her distance. Now, Annalise Cherry from Pitttown, representing the Sydney West Association.
Marshalling now for track events 15 and 16.
Unfortunately, Annalise here given a foul, just making contact with the board. So unable to improve on that previous result. Her seed mark 4.08. So Annalise with that final throw there. This is, of course, the third round. Last throws for each of our competitors. Alexia Codling previously with a 2.94. Seed mark of 2.96. And this one, 2.97. So, best effort from Alexia Codling here. And also beating the seed mark of 2.96 by 1 centimetre. This now, Lexi Brown. Lexi Brown once more going long here. 4.77 the first attempt, 5.86 the second attempt. This one looks to be a fair bit bigger too. I think this has eclipsed 6 metres. Not quite. In fact, it's bang on the money again. So 2 attempts in a row, 5.86 for Lexi Brown. We talk about consistency. Well, we might need to rename it Lexi. Samia Hogan stepping up there as well for McKillop. Her seed mark 5.36. She's eclipsed that today so far, 5.42. And 5.18. So her best throw was her previous attempt, 5.42. Very strong effort from Mia Hogan. Now, Jade Reeves, who's put on their hat here, and it's a good idea. It's very sunny at Sydney Olympic Park. 2.95, her best total so far today. And the seed mark 2.83. Both of her throws have exceeded that measurement. And this one, 294 for Jade, just shy of her best attempt, which was the first one. And now, Everlessi, Taupamuhu, the seed mark of 6.81. Both for throws so far have blown that completely out of the water. 7.91, 7.87. This one will be pretty close as well. And 7.24. So all three attempts exceeding the seed mark by at least 40 centimetres. And her best effort, 7.91, by more than 110 centimetres. So in fine form today, Everlessi Taupamuhu. This is Mackenzie Miller now for Polding, her third attempt. 4.1 and 4.33 the previous two attempts. And she set a personal best for her efforts today, not quite eclipsing the overall seed mark, but her strongest throw of the three, 4.90. Now, Melinda Hotz from Lake Munmora. 3.65 metres is the seed mark. And previously, first attempt, 3.06. And this one at 3.01. So her best result, 3.06 with the second attempt, causing a red flag to be shown. And this now is Alina Bussa, representing the McKillop region. And hailing from Bligh Park. 5.17 metres, the seed mark. 4.9, her best effort so far today. And she's beaten that. 5.06. Finishing strongly here, Alina Bussa. Each and every attempt has improved. 4.85, 4.9, and now 5.06. I bet she wishes she had another 5 attempts up her sleeve. We could be pushing that 10-metre mark. Now, Kalani McMahon from Bomaderry, representing the South Coast here today. 4.99, 5.17. Both previous efforts beating that seed mark of 4.98. This one not quite doing so, though. 4.53. So her best result, 5.17 so far. And from the North Coast Association now, Crystal Gill. Best effort so far today of 4.3. I think that one might well have eclipsed that mark. 4.47 was the seed mark coming in. So it could be a new PB on the cards here for Crystal Gill. And it's 4.31, so it's a best effort so far today, but not quite beating that PB. 4.31 for Crystal Gill. And now Sora Wong here for Sydney's North. Again, a good throw from her. 5.29, 5.31 the previous two attempts, both in front of the seed mark of 5.03 metres. Very consistent. And this one is the best yet. 5.5 metres. 5.50. Sora Wong growing in confidence. And now representing Polding, Isabella Skipworth. 4.24 her personal mark to beat. That one will be thereabouts. So her first attempt the strongest so far. This the third and final. This one just a little shy, 3.97. So pretty consistent though. Just 27 centimetres difference across the three results. 4.24 the best, 3.97 that most recent throw as the shortest. Here's Chloe Hunter now. And Hunter going long again. So she's had 6.54, 5.6. This one again spearing a little to the left though. Can she beat the seed mark of 6.55 though? She certainly can. 7.47 Express on the Boeing. Well, that is high quality from Chloe Hunter. She's looked the goods each and every throw. And she's flown into contention here. Of course, we don't know the final results. It's not necessarily about the furthest distance. There's multiple factors at play. Different shot put weights. But more specifically, percentages being calculated on the back of a baseline. And that most recent attempt there, 3.03 there from Angela Ayres. Again, all of her throws eclipsing that 3 metre mark. And 2 of the 3 attempts in front of that seed mark of 3.17. Bella Buccarelli there having the shot. 4.44 her PB for today. And it's 4.43, so it's just shy of the first attempt. And how consistent is that? 4.44, 4.32, 4.43. A deviation of just 12 centimetres across 3 throws. And our last competitor here, Sienna Haag, 2.92, 2.71. And this final throw measuring in at 2.64. So not quite beating the seed mark, but there is the efforts of all of our shot putters here in the girls 11 to 13 multi-class category. Hope you're enjoying all the coverage. Of course, as I mentioned, we're not going to know the results here for some time. Those percentages do need to be calculated. I'll have a quick little check-in with you. And with the marshals for this particular event, we'll just see if we have any insight that we can provide. Well, the stream will continue, but I'll be taking a very short break here just as they tabulate our top 8 finalists here moving forward. So those calculations still coming through, and we should have the results in about 5 minutes' time. Stay with us here for all the action as part of the 2023 New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships, live and free from Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. We're sticking here with the girls 11 to 13 shot put multi-class. We're about to find out our finalist in around 5 minutes' time. Welcome back here to Sydney Athletics Centre. We've now locked in our finalist for the 2023 New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships Senior Girls Shot Put Multi-Class Division. Heidi Lushenko with that first attempt there. And the girls are in order for where they're currently placed. And of course, it's not purely based on distance. There is a percentage weight. And we obtain that via a baseline, which is related directly to the ability levels of each individual athlete here. So Mia Hogan now, qualifying in at 6th. Previous best for her so far today of 5.42. Right up along that wood placard there. But completely fine. There's no issues with that throw. First attempt here for Mia Hogan is 4.61. So a little shy of her qualifying mark to reach this last stage of the competition of 5.42. So our marshal is just taking a moment for a much-needed little refuel here. A few pies and sausage rolls coming across. It's all smiles as well. But just to recap, of course, this is our senior girls, 11 to 13 age group, multi-class for shot put. And the final placements here in this last stage of competition is, of course, percentage calculated. That's weighted on a baseline which reflects the ability levels of each competitor. And they also have individual shot put weights that they work with, either 2 or 3 kilograms. So now Sora Wong with an attempt here in the multi-class division into the finals. And 5.19 is the measurement. Previously with a best today of 5.5 exactly, 5.5 metres. Now Lexi Brown from the North Coast has been very impressive so far. Good technique about her efforts. And this one looking nice and long from Lexi Brown. Previously, her best result was 5.86. I think that's well and truly gone past that mark. And it has too, in a big way, 6.24. So nearly 40 centimetres extra. 3 previous attempts, of course, for these athletes here today. Now, Elena Bussa from McKillop. 5.06 was her previous best, and I think that too has well and truly eclipsed that mark. So they're really stepping up when it counts here at Sydney Athletic Centre. And it is indeed 5.16, so an extra 10 centimetres on her best throw so far today there for Elena Bussa. Now, Chloe Hunter, who arguably has the best technique of all of our throwers here in the multi-class division, 7.47, the furthest she's thrown so far. And that one, it's landing on the ropes itself, so that won't count, unfortunately. The first attempt for Chloe Hunter in this final passage, unsuccessful. And now this is who is leading overall at the moment. The longest throw so far, but of course, again, it is based on a baseline weighting and a percentage that comes thereafter. 7.92, her personal mark to beat, and that's very close to it. It's up towards the 8 metre mark here for Everlesi Tuapamuhu. And it has just eclipsed it, 7.93, so 1 centimetre improving on her best effort for today. We move on to the second round of our finals here with the top 8. In the senior girls multi-class shot put. Once more, Heidi Lushenko stepping up. Lushenko with a decent release there. Don't think it's going to be in front of her previous mark of 5.43 though. And a little bit shy, so 5.10, the marker there for the second round of this finals phase of the category. Now Sienna Haag stepping up with that 2 kilo shot put. She's always very quick about her work. Sienna, representing Polding. 2.69 her previous attempt. And that one, unfortunately, foot making contact with the board. So that one will not count, the second effort. Here's Mia Hogan now for McKillop. Hogan again, a good release. She's so consistent. 4.61 the previous effort. Best so far today, 5.42. This one at 5.24. So just rearranging the numbers there of her previous efforts. 5.42, now 5.24. Sora Wong for round 2 here in the finals of the shot put for the multi-class senior girls division. 5.5 her personal mark to beat. And this one spewing out to the right-hand side of the shot put field here. So that might cause a little bit of an issue. Of course, once we start veering left and right, tend to see those measurements reducing a fair bit. And that is certainly the case, 4.76 here. So well down on that strong result that she achieved in qualifying, 5.5. Yet to best that here in the last stage of the competition. Now Lexi Brown representing the North Coast Association. Lexi Brown again going big. She just continues to improve. 5.86 in qualifying, 6.24 the first attempt here in the last phase of competition. And this one does indeed extend upon that. 6.46. So Lexi Brown, likely with that attempt, pushing right up into medal contention. She was 4th in qualifying, but she's improved dramatically on that previous result, adding a further 60 centimetres now. There's Elena Bussa. Round 2 effort here. That one unlikely to best her last effort. 5.16 was her best so far today. 5.06 in qualifying for this last phase of the competition. And 4 metres exactly for that one. So well below that previous attempt. And now Chloe Hunter, who was uber consistent in the first stages of this tournament. But that last throw, just hitting the tape. And as a result, a foul on the first attempt of phase 2 of the competition here. But here is round 2 now. Hunter once more going long. It's big again here from Hunter, who is hunting a PB. 7.47 to date, the biggest. This one will be thereabouts. That's 7.25, so just a little shy on the second attempt. And last competitor in round 2 here, Everlesi Tuapimuhu. And this one, a slightly different release on this occasion. And also a foul being called, so unable to improve on her last throw of 7.93. So last attempt now coming up here. Heidi Lashenko. Now, I think this could actually be her best result so far today here for Lashenko. 5.43 the mark to beat. And it has beaten it by 1 centimetre. 5.44 here for Heidi Lashenko. So well done to Heidi with her final throw of the day. She's bested her previous total. And now Sienna Haag looking to beat 2.92. This one is on the money. We'll see just how far she has thrown. And 2.61. So solid effort here for Sienna Haag. Not eclipsing the qualifying mark of 2.92. But strong performance throughout the day. So congratulations to Sienna. Mia Hogan, once more, so consistent. 5.42, her best in qualifying. The previous two attempts, 4.61, 5.24. And this one at 4 metres, 81 centimetres, 4.81. Seeing in the background as well, the boys' 9-year-olds 100-metre heat in the preliminary level. As Sora Wong steps up now for her attempt from the left hand here. A 3-kilogram shot put. Wong putting the full force of the body behind that one. 5.5 her personal mark to beat. And that one falling a little bit shy there for Sora Wong. So Lexi Brown with each and every attempt. So Lexi Brown now with a long throw again, looking big. Well, 6.24, 6.46. With every attempt, it's gotten bigger and bigger. And I think this might be very close, just shy of that previous effort, 6.42. But Lexi Brown might well have pushed herself up into medal contention. So the pressure on Elena Bussa here. .16 her best effort. She has improved upon qualifying, so that might still be enough. Bussa, that one shifting a little to the left and pulling up a bit sore off the back of that one too. Didn't get the cleanest release that we have seen from her. And that one at 4.30. So 5.16 her best marker. Lexi Brown, 6.46. This will be very interesting to see who comes into that bronze medal spot. Lexi might even push up beyond that. She has, of course, improved her mark by 60 centimetres in this second phase. Now Chloe Hunter looking to beat 7.47. And Hunter goes long again. This one just squeezing inside the left-hand side of the tape. Third attempt here for Chloe Hunter. And it's 7.11, so she won't improve on the 7.47, which means that Evelesi Tuapiamuhu likely has this gold medal sewn up, and here she is for her last attempt. And again, going big here, 7.92 in qualifying, 7.93. The best effort of the first two attempts. Of course, this second attempt was fouled. And that one won't improve, 6.88. So we'll take a very short break here in terms of the commentary. We'll take around about 5 minutes or so to calculate these scores with the percentages. Of course, this is the multi-class senior girls division. As a result, we need to run these totals through a special system which has a baseline attached to it, and that baseline will spew out a percentage, and then that will provide our overall winners here. But it does look likely that Everlesi Tuapimuhu should hold on to things here. The big question is whether Lexi Brown has done enough to push herself into medal contention. Very short break for commentary. The stream will continue, and then we'll be back in just a moment to give you all the results right here for the Multiclass Senior Girls Shot Put.
buddy. Good job, Rocky. Then Louis, Callan, Arthur. Right here. And 2513 for Bo. Louis, followed by Callan. It is going to be 5 minutes. Soon.
That'll be great.
Yep.
Okay. Well, thanks for tuning in here for the 2023 New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships. Live and free from Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. This is the 11-year-old boys discus throwing event. We're into the third round of throwing here, which will help to sort out our finalists. We don't have the privilege of the previous totals for now, so we will find out the finalists as we approach that top 8 when we start to whittle it down. But coming up now for his throw is Mitchell Adams, representing the South Coast. Adams with a nice long attempt there. And also just cluing you in for our previous results, of course. If you're just joining us, or if you were watching a little earlier and you're wondering what happened in the multi-class shot put girls, those final results have now come through. So, managing to push up and claim a medal position was Lexi Brown, finishing with the bronze. That was off the back of a terrific second throw in the finals phase of the competition, 6.46 metres. She claimed third place. Chloe Hunter securing second place off the back of her initial qualifying throw of 7.47 metres. And your gold medalist, Evelesi Tuapia Muhu, who threw 7.93. So once those percentages were calculated, that's the way that we tallied up those results. So congratulations to Evelesi, Chloe and Lexi, gold, silver and bronze respectively. And going through to the School Sport Australia Nationals in Launceston, Evelesi, Chloe, Lexi, also Alina Bussa, Sora Wong and Mia Hogan. So that's Evelesi Tuapia Muha, Chloe Hunter, Lexi Brown, Elena Bussa, Sora Wong and Mia Hogan. That is from the senior girls multi-class shot put between the ages of 11 and 13. So, and if you aren't across that, you were tuning in, I'll make sure to repeat that a little bit later on as well. Currently here, though, on the boys 11 discus. So the previous record here for this particular division, Tyrone Taukamo, setting it back in 2010, 44.97 metres. And now for Paulding, another throw coming up here. So Dominic Arain with a nice little release here. Picking up decent meterage. His C distance, 19.84 metres. We'll see if that is eclipsed here. Of course, this is the third throw in the boys 11-year-old discus event. And just tabulating the total now. And 1805 there for Dominic Urain. This now Kane Beckett representing the Western Association and hailing from Lithgow. And a straightforward approach there from Kane Beckett. No spin, simply trying to hoik that discus as far as humanly possible. 22.61 metres, his seed mark. So 2-1-4-1 there for Kane Beckett, just shy of that seed mark of 22.61. And the highest seed mark throughout this particular age group, Callan Atherton here for your minor. 35.18. This is a good release too, coming in from Jeremiah Tutupu from Layla Park and representing McKillop. 27.56 metres, his previous best. And this one, 2.949, so eclipsing that seed mark. A strong release there from Jeremiah. And now Divyot Nat should be stepping up for us next here. As part of the Combined Independent Schools program. The Nat with a seed mark of 26.69 metres previously. Lovely spin and release there, picking up good distance too. That should be a strong effort here from Nat. 26.69 his seed mark, that's the tally he'll be trying to beat. And just waiting for confirmation to come across. And 24.98. So not too far away off the previous seed mark. Here is now Jack Gale. Gale with a decent release here, nicely directed too, right up the middle. A little bit of a wobble in the discus itself. So that might hamper the distance just a touch. His previous seed mark, 28.25, representing Sydney West. From Toongabbie. I believe 26.38 there for Jack Gale. And that effort there from Fraser Reynolds Nutt, unfortunately striking the netting. Does have a good seed mark though of 30.12 metres. So Max Vernon next up to the circle here, hailing from Mungee. Of course, they hosted the country championships for New South Wales touch football just the other week. So a lot of sporting action happening in that neck of the woods. He's representing the Western Association here today. Murnane, that release just out to the left there. Previous seed mark of 24.17 metres. I think that one might fall a little shy of that marker. We've got 40 to get through overall. And that one is 2.146. Of course, we don't have the full privilege of the previous throws as of yet. We'll find out shortly who's heading through to the finals. But in terms of this third round of throws, so far the longest distance since we have been covering it for you here on the stream, Jeremiah Tutupu. representing McKillop out of Layla Park. 29.49. So George Higgins there. And a 1766 confirmed. So the seed mark for George was 19.67, but 17.66 the marker here. And now from Riverina, Thomas DeMamiel. That one flirting with danger out wide, and it won't come back enough. So that one will count as a foul. No further result to add there, but the seed mark for Thomas DeMamiel, 20.13. Now, Ibrahim Kassim, representing the southwest of Sydney and hailing from Bankstown. And that one has plenty of elevation about it. Good distance too. A lot of flight time, and there is a little bit of a breeze blowing directly into the field they are throwing into. So directly into the camera position. 24.9 though is the seed mark. But it's a good one here from Ibrahim Kassim. 2.653. So since we have been broadcasting this for you, for this particular event, that's the second strongest total that we've seen. Of course, there could have been previous efforts that were bigger with the other two attempts though. This now is Joseph Pratt. And Pratt finding a nice little path directly down the sideline of the field here for the discus area. And Pratt representing the combined independent schools. 26.25 metres is his seed mark. .2309. That measurement there. So we are, of course, trying to find out our top 8 who will push through into a final. Can it be this man now? Michael Giffney. Seed mark of 26.31. The release is nice. Good foot placement as well. He's picked up some decent meterage there. Our second last thrower representing McKillop. Out of Mariong, 26.31 metres, the previous seed mark. Result just about to come through. And it's a strong one here from Michael Giffney, 27.40. That is the second best since we've tuned in from our 28th competitor, now down to our last and 40th. And Finian Brownlee gets a whole piece of that one. That's gone some distance. So his seed mark, 20.88. You fancy that has certainly been eclipsed on that particular throw. I do believe we might have one final attempt to come through with one of our competitors who's been competing in another event. And that's really good from Finian Brownlee. 2.493, nearly. In fact, it is. It's more than 4 metres, his seed mark. So this here now is George Higgins. So that's it, the preliminary rounds done here. And we'll have a little bit of computation to occur before we find out who's going through to our last phase of competition. And there's a conversation here that's occurring with George because he's got other events to go and attend to. Multidisciplined athlete, George Higgins. So out of Spring Hill, here's George. And so he's off to that next event, and we'll tabulate the results that we've got here and give you all the information as it comes through. Should be with us in a couple of moments. We'll take a short break. Welcome back here to the New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships. This is the boys 11-year-olds discus throw through to the final 8. First contestant here, Jeremiah Tutupu. And nice and long there from Jeremiah Tutupu. His best so far in qualifying, 29.49. That'll be thereabouts once more. Running through the 2.747. That first attempt there for Jeremiah Tutupu. Now, Jadi Ikamui representing the Sydney Southwest Association. And a total so far in terms of the best throw, 30.12. There's a lot of effort behind that. Sharapova style with the grunt as well. And that could be big as a result. 30.12 is his best mark so far. And he put everything behind that there, Jardy. And it certainly is his best so far. 3.128. So that actually pops him up an additional 2 places. Qualified in at 7th, but that now takes him all the way up to 5th, I believe. So good first effort here from Jadi Ikamui. Now Fraser Reynolds Nutt. That one spewing into the side netting and then straightening back up. Certainly won't be getting in front of his previous best here, Fraser, of 30.92. So foul call there for Fraser Reynolds Nutt, and now Finn Wilson stepping up with 30.98, his previous best so far today. And that one nearly on a collision course with our marshals here, but just squeezing inside the netting itself. So that one also a foul here for Finn Wilson. Pressure mounting as we arrive inside the finals portion of this competition. So Finn Wilson, his personal best, still 30.98. This is now Jack Gale representing Sydney West, 31.34, his best so far today. That's nice from Jack too. It's long, good elevation about it. And the discus on a good course too. Not floating about too much, it was pretty smooth. The release, a very clean one as well, looking to beat 31.34 for his personal total. Of course, the top, Callan Atherton, 34.27. 2.989 for Jack Gale. It's a decent effort, but not quite up there with his previous attempt, 31.34. Now, Blaine Cooney from the Northwest Association, 31.34, the same total that Jack Gale scored a little earlier. That one is huge though from Blaine. He got every part of that. Lovely release. Looking more like ultimate frisbee as opposed to discus, how he's thrown that one. This could be a real strong effort here from Blaine Cooney. It's confirmation coming through on the distance. And it's huge from Cooney, 3.429. That puts him in the lead. So he is now in front of Callan Atherton, 3.429. It looked great in flight, and it's got every centimetre you could imagine. 3.429, Isaac Portelli now stepping up for Sydney North, 32.97, his previous best so far today. Portelli also going long here. This will be up around the previous mark that he set so far today, 32.97. His best score so far. But now the new marker to beat is, of course, Blaine Cooney, 34.29. Finished qualifying in third. And now hopping up into that pole position. 3.182 for Isaac Portelli. It's a pretty close run thing at the moment between the top three here. So Portelli now dropping back into third overall. Cooney in the lead, 34.29. This is Atherton, who qualified with the highest mark, 34.27. And Atherton really putting the whole body behind that. Good elevation on it, good distance too. Callan Atherton looking to extend on that 34.27. He needs to do so. Now back into second place. Big grunt as he released it too. And 3.257. So round one of the finals component here of the competition, and Blake Cooney has stormed in front, 34.29. Atherton back to second with 34.27, and Isaac Portelli with 32.97 achieved in qualifying. Still in that third place position. So Jari Ikamui improving on his throw in the qualifying in this first round of finals. Reynolds and Wilson both achieving fouls, and Gale falling back a touch from 31.34 to 29.89. But once more representing McKillop, Jeremiah Tutupu now looking to best his mark of 29.49. And that is very smooth and fluid there from Tutupu. I think that's certainly going to be pushing beyond that 30 mark. I think Jeremiah's absolutely nailed this particular release. The entire process smooth, not even the hint of a grunt either. And 3.223, it's big from Jeremiah Tutupu. 3.223, more than 2 meters. Bigger than his best attempt so far, and now that puts him up into fourth. So Tutupu climbing significantly after that throw. Here now is Jari Ikamui looking to best his previous attempt at 31.28. That's going to be very close to the side of the field here, but just staying inside the line. Now, certainly track to the left. That might hamper the distance a touch. Now, measure this one out. I don't think it's going to eclipse the 31.28 that he achieved in the first round of the finals here. Still the result coming through. And still not a bad one, though, from Jardy. 3.049 as Fraser Reynolds Nutt steps up. And that one a second unsuccessful attempt here in the finals for Fraser Reynolds Nutt, who can't improve on the 30.92 that he did achieve. So now with Tutupu going big on his second attempt, and Jari Ikamui, big result on his first here in the finals. Fraser Reynolds Nutt now drops back to 8th in the placings. Tutupu up into 4th. Jari Ikamui in at 6th at the moment. This here, though, is Finn Wilson looking to best 30.98. It's nice there from Finn. That's good distance. A little bit of a wobble with the discus, but it hasn't hampered the flight too much. And this could be an interesting one. So Finn's best total so far, 30.98 for Sydney North. And this will be very close. That marker is right near that 30-metre mark. Just the right-hand side of the discus field. Oh, it's big here from Finn Wilson, 3.266. Well, that now puts him up into 4th position. So he's bested Jeremiah Tutupu. 4th overall. Still just a bit shy of Isaac Portelli with 32.97. And now Jack Gale, who previously threw in qualifying 31.34, looking to emulate Blaine Cooney, who got the exact same result in the qualifiers and then really bested that in the first round here in the finals. And that's a very smooth release there from Jack Gale. This will be another interesting one to measure up. So Jack Gale for Sydney West Association. Really stepping up to the plate here in this finals component. 3.013 for Jack Gale, so not quite besting that 31.34. And Blaine Cooney, who qualified in 3rd but has thrown a monstrous first attempt, 34.29, nearly 3 metres better than his qualifying result, currently in the lead. And Cooney again. This looks huge from Cooney. It might even be better than the last. Well, 34.29. I'm willing to say this is more than 35. It looked terrific in flight. It was incredibly smooth the entire process. And it is indeed 3.572 for Cooney, who just continues to power ahead. 3.572 for Blaine Cooney, who now clears Callan Atherton by 1.5 metres. So there's a bit of a gap now starting to form for that gold medal position. One final throw for the likes of Cooney, but here comes Portelli, who did qualify in 2nd. 32.17, his mark to beat. And that one heading a little wider. So an unsuccessful second attempt. Portelli still sitting in 3rd, though, off the back of his strong qualifying effort. And now Callan Atherton, who did qualify in 1st, currently in 2nd, though. His best, 34.27. That one for Atherton straight into the netting. So no further improvement on 34.27. The mark to beat now, 35.72 from Blaine Cooney. He has continued to impress. The deeper we've gone into this 11 years discus throwing event, he's got better and better. Blaine Cooney. And well and truly eclipsing his seed mark too. Coming into this particular event here today, 28.74. So he has added more than 7 metres to that seed mark. It's an incredible performance so far from Blaine Cooney. Now, Jeremiah Tutupu, who has improved monstrously from throw 1 to throw 2, 32.23, his personal best to beat. And again, it's a very smooth and fluid release here from Tutupu, but I don't think that'll be above his previous effort here. Needing, of course, to beat 35.72. Jeremiah's best result so far today, 32.23. So Jeremiah Tutupu, plenty of consistency across his three final throws here, 29.47, 32.23 and 30.10. It won't be enough for a medal position. Can Jati Ikamui sneak a spot here, potentially in the top three? Nikamui wasn't happy with the first attempt there, stopping on the run, and then his second effort here on this final throw, unfortunately hitting the side netting. So Jati's total, 31.28, his best result, but certainly besting his qualifying measurement of 30.92, so well done to Jati. And now Fraser Reynolds-Nutt, who collected a result of 30.92 in the lead-up to this one, yet to achieve a successful throw here in the final component. You certainly know he's capable of something big here. Let's see if he can pull it out. Well, that's a much nicer one here from Fraser Reynolds-Nutt, and it's gone a good way too. This could be interesting. From my position here, it certainly looks over that 30-metre marker. And there we go, Fraser Reynolds, 3-1-3-9. That is his best performance of the day. Well done to Fraser, improving with the final throw of the dice. And that result puts him above Jati Ikamui. And also Jack Gale at this point in time, who's dropped back to 7th. So this now is Finn Wilson, who currently sits in 4th, 32.66, but the mark to beat, 35.72. And unfortunately for Finn Wilson, finding the netting on that occasion, so 32.66. His best throw. That was the previous attempt. It won't be enough to squeeze into that medal position. He, at the moment, remains in 4th. But Jack Gale, who has thrown a 31.34, now has a chance to improve upon that. And he's within striking distance of a medal here. And that is big from Gale. It's monstrous. This could push him right up into contention. 31.34, the previous effort. His best one. Well, it is Jack's best effort of the day, 3-1-4-7, and that now puts him back in front of Fraser Reynolds-Nutt. Not enough to sneak into medal contention, though. Tutupu still throwing larger than that. And this man, Blaine Cooney, still in the lead as it stands. He's improved each and every throw, 35.72, the biggest so far today. And that is even bigger, it looks like. He's got every part of that. It's smooth as a baby's butt. Zero wobble on that discus. The wind picked up as well. Didn't seem to matter, though. And this will be interesting what the reading is. It's even bigger. 3.599 for Blaine Cooney. He's gone 3.429, 3.572, now 3.599. He just keeps growing. Smashing his qualifying total of 3.134. He's now extended that by nearly 4.5 extra metres. And Portelli, unfortunately, hitting the side netting once more here. So, not the happiest finish to his performance here, but still, that 32.97 is good enough for a medal here for Isaac Portelli. So, he's claimed a bronze in the process. We've got our top three sorted. But can Atherton push for gold? Atherton, it's big. It might just creep in. Oh, it's just outside. So as a result, that means it's confirmed. Blaine Cooney, gold medal. 35.99. That was the mark to beat. Atherton qualified in first with 34.27. Unable to improve upon that in his final three throws. But Cooney with 35.99 has claimed the gold. Callan Atherton, second with a best effort of 34.27 for the silver medal. And Portelli just hanging on in the end, 32.97, but they were coming for him. Jeremiah Tatupu throwing 32.23, and Finn Wilson nearly squeezing in with 32.66, but Wilson will finish fourth. You're ordering for gold, silver and bronze. Blaine Cooney, Callan Atherton and Isaac Portelli in the 11 years boys discus throw here for the 2023 PSSA Athletics Championships at Sydney Olympic Park. The Athletics Centre will take a very short break and more action in just a moment. Thanks for joining us here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. This is the 2023 New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships. The girls just going through their warm-ups here in the 8 to 10 shot put division. And we'll have all the action for you once we commence proper in just a moment's time. And all of our practice throws are completed. Welcome back here to the girls 8 to 10 shot put. First attempt there for Maya Twentyman for McKillop. And the measurement coming in now. Of course, the record in this division is 12.1 metres, and that score there, 9.29. So well and truly above the seed mark for Mia Twentyman. This now, Olivia Malala. Malala, a nice strong throw there. Melrose Park product, representing Sydney's North. 8.06, her seed mark. And 7.50 the first attempt. And plenty of elevation there for Caitlin Lane, representing the Northwest. And 6.4, 6.42. So a little under her seed mark of 6.77. Now Evie Matthews for Sydney's East. From Darlington, with a seed mark of 6.61. That should be pretty much thereabouts, maybe a little bit shy of that mark. And 6.11, the first attempt there from Evie Matthews. Isabella Goodyear set to step up now for the Riverina Association. Goodyear with a big approach and a big result too. It's nice and long here from Isabella Goodyear. Now her seed mark at 6.59. I think that's well and truly gone past that. And it certainly has. 8.03. So that the second biggest so far. Maya Twentyman with 9.29. Biggest throw up to this point. And Ayla McMahon from the Hunter Association. 6.84 her first attempt. Charlie Cochran now. Stepping up from the North Coast Association. And Cochran with a nice strong release here. That was a fair amount in flight. 7.15 is her seed mark. And 7.23 here for Charlie Cochran. That does beat the seed mark. The wind picking up a fair bit here too at Sydney Olympic Athletic Centre. As a result, there goes the umbrella. Yeah, really now taking hold of proceedings here. So the wind will be a little bit to contend with for our shot putters. Now, Nua Salia. The attempt here for Southwest Sydney. Decent release coming from the Claymore Public School. 6.88 metres, the seed mark. And 6.21 the result there for Nua Salia. This is Janisi Tuolafao. Sydney's West, and it's a big effort here as well from Tuolafao. 8.08 metres, the seed mark for her. And 7.50 the first attempt. As we see the multi-class ability athletes coming in now to the finish line in the 200 metres girls 8 to 10 division. That's in the background. Well done to the girls. So long throw comes in here from Amelia Whitehorn, representing the combined independent schools. And 7.85 for Amelia Whitehorn. Now Marley Moffat, representing the Northwest. That one falling perhaps just shy of that 6 metre mark. Her seed mark is 6.41 metres. And still, Maya 20 man is marked to beat 9.29 and 6.10 there for Marley Moffat on her first attempt. Of course, all of our throwers will get 3 attempts before we head to a final stage of the competition. That there, Emmy Avellino Laidlaw from Winston Hills. And 7.62 the result. A little shy of her seed mark, which is a strong one, 8.12. Speaking of strong seed marks, here is Malia Matakayongo, representing Sydney's West. And that's a pretty decent effort as well. I don't think it'll quite get up to the 8.17 seed mark she has set previously. Around about the 7 though. And 7.22 is the marker. So Lucy Tiffin now for Paulding, coming out of Burke. Well, that's a nice big release there from Lucy Tiffin. That could actually be above the seed mark of 6.96. It will be quite close to that. And there we go, 7.10. So she's improved by 14 centimetres. Now, Atalia Green is a scratching from this event. So as a result, this is Akira Simpson now for the South Coast. Long two from Alkira Simpson. Illawarra Road, which, if memory serves me correctly, that is actually through Bomaderry. And it's 6.76, so she improves on her seed mark by 10 centimetres. Dakota Anderson now for Sydney's North. And very elastic style of a shot there, bending all the way back and then releasing with aplomb. 8.12 the seed mark. Not quite that far here though. So 7.62 for Dakota Anderson. Of course, the record in this division, Chelsea Izioki, 12.1 metres, set back in 2016. That'll be hard to beat. And that is quite long indeed. That's up towards the record, in fact. I think we've certainly got a new pace setter here. Sabella Moyo out of Camden, representing Southwest Sydney. And it's 10.65. So we do have a new front runner here. Sabella Moyo, 10.65. About 1.5 off the all-time record. And at the moment, in front by about 1.3 metres. Here, however, is Sophia Maliko. And Maliko with pretty good distance there. 9.12 metres, her seed mark. This one veering a bit to the left, so expect this to fall in the 8 metre range. And it's 7.96, just shy of that. Now representing the Hunter Association, Isabel Collins with a seed mark of 6.45 metres. Good release too from Collins, right up along the neck. Good technique. Bit of force about it too, the dirt and dust flying off the surface. And 7.01. Well and truly eclipsing her seed mark by more than half a metre. This is Cleo Carapa out of Shoal Bay, representing the Hunter region. And it's a good one too here from Cleo Carapa. 7.58 metres is her seed mark. I think this one should better that. It certainly has. 8.52. That's right up there, in fact. So at present, I think they might even put her in medal range. So Maya Twentyman was the woman to beat. The earliest part of proceedings here. And 8.53 now from Orla Malone is just 1 centimetre in front of Cleo Carapa. So up into third she goes. So 9.29 from Maya Twentyman second. And the top marker so far, Sabella Moyo, 10.65. Of course, still 2 more rounds to come after this though. And then finals. And that's quite a long one too from Dulcie Thompson. For Sydney's North, 8.4 is the seed mark coming into this event. And that one also in excess of 8 metres, 8.01. The Mount Ku-ring-gai product. Now from the Riverina Association, Catherine Biacchini. 5.97 metres is the seed mark. This one is about that distance. And 6.40, so bested the seed mark there. Well done to Catherine Bianchini. Now Billy Kaspovich from Freshwater, representing Paulding. SJB Freshwater student. 6.97 metres, the seed mark here for Billy. That one falling a little shy of the seed mark, potentially also shy of that 6 metre mark. It has veered across to the left-hand side. So we see another multi-class abilities push through. Now Ruby Perrott, part of the Paulding Association. Throwing long here and getting good meterage too. So 7.58 is the seed mark. And just 10 centimetres under that, 7.48 for Ruby Perrott. Now Giselle Stoppins for the South Coast. Throwing long here, 8.3 metres, the seed mark. And this one, maybe just a little shy of that particular measurement. And 7.58 there for Giselle Stoppens. Ava Harris now stepping up for the barrier outfit. In fact, I think we've had a little change here potentially. So Ava Harris not coming up here. I'll try and give you a little check on who that might have been. It might have been actually Gabriel Galvez, I think it was. Yeah, I think that was Gabriel Galvez. So we've had a slight change in order here. And now Abby Beck from Nowra Hill, representing the South Coast. 7.08 metres is the seed mark for Abby Beck. And she collects a 6.92, so not too far off the mark. There's now Amaya Fahina from North Haven, from the beautiful mid-north coast, and as part of the North Coast Association, seed mark of 7.32. That one is thereabouts once more. In fact, it's bested that. 7.58. The good throw here from Amaya Fahina. Now Amy Ingram, representing the combined independent schools. A lot of force behind that effort there. Big grunt as she released. 7.23, the seed mark. Measurement coming through. Flag is good as well. And it's big here from Amy Ingram. 7.76, so 53 centimetres bigger than her seed mark. It's a good result so far for Amy. From the North Coast, here is Frankie Grant. And Grant just teasing the competition here with multiple warm-up attempts. It hasn't really worked out for her on this occasion, though. That's a foul. And as a result, no measurement recorded as of yet. So Amelia Ahio in beautiful Minamara, representing the South Coast. Now looking to get herself on the board here. 6.97 is the seed mark distance. And she'll go long here, and she's well and truly eclipsed that mark of 6.97. That looks big here from Amelia Ahio. And they'll eventually find the correct mark here. A little bit of discussion between the marshals. And measuring up now. And it is indeed big. It's 8.40. Well, I think that also puts a bit of pressure on. It's not quite top three at the moment. 8.53 is the cutoff, but it's right up there. It's definitely in finals contention at this point for Amelia Ahio. And now 3 more shot putters to come. Alia Byrne, representing the West and Wellington towards Dubbo. 6.35 metres is the seed mark. That one's cleared as well. Measurement coming through, and this should be up around 7, I feel. In fact, it's a little shorter than that, 5.95. So just getting a slightly wider angle, of course, tends to take off a bit of that distance. And out of Goolgong Public School, representing the Western Association, Charlotte Harper now. Operating with that 3 kilogram shot put. 6.08 metres is the seed mark. Picture of focus here. Decent release from Harper. And 5.98, so a little shy of that seed mark. Now, Julia Dino from Tamworth, representing the Northwest. 6.18 metres, the seed mark for her. That one not going to count, though, and now this is Ava Harris. So she's hopped into the last position to be filled here, despite being listed as number 31 in our order. And Harris goes long. School air and finding a bit of air time with that shot too. 5.94 metres, the seed mark for Ava Harris. And she's certainly bested that. 6.37. So first round of throwing is completed. Round 2 about to commence. And it's Maya Twentyman who set the pace nice and early. And it took a while for her to be overthrown. So she held it for 20 spots, but Maya Twentyman now with a seed mark of 8.39. She's already bested that, 9.29 from that first throw. Twentyman stepping into this one nicely, throwing long. Plenty of distance about it. It's a good one too. Flag is up. And 8.95, so not quite besting that first effort there. But still, she sits in second overall. The second round of throws beginning with herself. Now Olivia Moala, 7.5 her first attempt. That one really kicking on once it hit the surface, unfortunately. The roll won't count. That's still up there though. 7.5 the first attempt, seed mark 8.06. And this one does improve slightly, 7.53. So Caitlin Lane now for the Northwest Association out of Narrabri West. Plenty of height on that particular throw. Meterage roughly the same as the first attempt, though, of 6.42. Her seed mark is 6.77. And this one, bit of an improvement, 6.68, which is also above her seed mark. So, new PB here for Caitlin Lane. As Evie Matthews for Sydney East comes in with a throw here. Out of Darlington, 6.61 being the C mark and 6.11 that first attempt there. And now 6.25 coming through. So an improvement as well for Evie Matthews. Great to see so many of our throwers improving on their results, or at least getting thereabouts. Certainly saw a little earlier in the 11-year-old boys discus with Blaine Cooney just continuing to grow and grow with each and every throw and jumping from fourth into first and then a runaway winner by the end of proceedings. As Charlie Cochran collects a 7.84. In fact, apologies, that's Isabella Goodyear. 7.84. And now Ayla McMahon. And McMahon with a decent effort there. 6.84 her personal score to beat. 6.23 the seed mark. And it's 6.57. So not quite above her first attempt, but still pretty strong. So they're looking for Lara Hooper here. There's evidently nowhere to be found, but this either is Charlie Cochran, the Southern Cross and the North Coast Association. Good release here from Charlie. First one up around 7 metres, the seed mark 7.15. This the second attempt here in the girls 8 to 10 shot put. And this one 7.16, so continuing to improve. That one also beating the seed mark by 1 centimetre. We're enjoying all the coverage here for the 2023 New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships. Live and free from Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. Great to bring you these pictures. If you can't be here today, we understand it's a very busy life these days. Great that you can still support your kids and family members. As Lara Hooper is now here and completes that throw. 6.23 is her seed mark and 5.93 the second effort there. Now this is Nua Salia. Scarlett Larson, of course, not competing in this particular event. So the long throw comes in here from Nua Salia out of Claymore, representing the Southwest of Sydney Association, Sydney Southwest. And that one is a bit bigger, 6.82, and getting closer and closer to that seed mark of 6.88. And now Janice Taulafo. So already collected a 7.56 so far, 8.08 is the seed mark. Can she improve on both of those totals? That one looks beautiful in flight. Might be a little shy of the 8 metre mark though. Measurement coming through now. Yeah, 7.62. So slight improvement. Still a little off the pace though from the seed mark. As Amelia Whitehorn for combined independent schools now up to the circle. Whitehorn, big release here. Good follow through on that release. Her first effort, 7.85. That eclipsed the seed mark by more than 60 centimetres. And this one, 7.60. So very consistent so far from Whitehorn, who's thereabouts for one of those final positions in that top 8. Of course, the final 8 competitors will get an extra 3 throws to try and improve on those positions. So that there is Malia Matakiongo, 7.22 the previous mark, and now just checking on this one. And it's even better, 7.52. So the seed mark 8.17 as now representing the Polding Association, Lucy Tiffin, whose previous throw was 7.1. And that one is thereabouts again, so geez, they're consistent, these athletes. Very little discrepancy floating across each of these efforts, and that one again is an improvement, 7.25. So 7.1 the first effort, 7.25 the second, and 6.96 the seed mark, certainly being eclipsed so far. This is Alkira Simpson for the South Coast, her previous effort, 6.76. I think this one will be a little bit shy of that particular marker. And it is a 6.47, so shading 29 centimetres from that first attempt. That's Dakota Anderson from Chittaway Bay. The Sydney North Association now steps up here. Really good release here too from Dakota Anderson. Great form, terrific technique. 8.12 metres the seed mark, 7.62 her previous best. And this is 7.25, so again, very consistent. Just 40 centimetres the difference. And now, up steps our current leader, Sabella Moyo from Camden South Primary School, representing the Sydney Southwest Association. Moyo really lets that one sing, but it's just going to fall outside of the path, so no improvement on the 10.65. That will be a foul. But again, that had plenty of distance about it. Now, Sophia Maliko, also from the Sydney Southwest Association, 9.12 is the seed mark, 7.96. The best throw so far for her. This is the second attempt. And that one, I think, will be a little bit shorter. They've really made bit of hard work for this particular patch of grass throughout the day. All of our shot putters really starting to churn up now. It's been a long day of action. Still got a few events coming your way though, and don't forget all the action tomorrow morning, commencing from 8:30 a.m. So you don't want to miss a moment of that. Day 2 of the 2023 New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships. Once more live and free across Bar TV and through New South Wales School Sports. So 6.81, the marker there. For Isabella Collins and now Cleo Carapa, who got 8.52 on her last effort. She's right up there at the moment. And this one a little less smooth, though, in the release, it must be said. Far more fluid on that first attempt, where she did collect 8.52, and they've called a foul there. So no chance to improve upon that. Now from the MacKillop Association, Orla Malone, who got 8.53. I believe that means she's currently in third. And the marshal is just conferring here to see whether that was in fact a foul. I think it's going to stand, and yes, it will. Now, Orla Malone out of Greystanes with a massive throw there, and she's happy too. She's pumped. I think we're going to see that one extended beyond 8.53 metres. That was the previous attempt. That one looks even better, and she feels good about it too. There's a fist pump. In fact, no, it's pretty much bang on the money. 8.52, 1 centimetre, the difference between throw 1 and throw 2. Now, Dulcie Thompson from Mount Karingai really launching her body into that effort. 8.01 was the first crack. 8.4 the seed mark. This one won't quite be as big, I don't feel. Yeah, 7.46, so she's lost a little bit of ground there, but still 8.01. There's not too many 8+ markers here so far, so looking rather good for Dulcie Thompson to potentially push for that top 8 berth. We'll still have another round of throws as we see Catherine Bianchini with a little effort here. And 6.32, so still the best marker for Catherine, 6.4. Again, though, well and truly above her 5.97 seed mark. That's, of course, how we come up with these final 40 or so contestants is the results in previous competitions. So great to see our athletes improving along the way. That one just squeezing inside. And also very close to coming into contact with the footboard, so it could have been a fault either way you look at it, but just escaping there was Billy Kaspovich. And 6.04. Now here is Ruby Perrott out of Scone, representing the Polding Association. Shot put right to the neck here. Good technique from Ruby Perrott and pretty good result too. The first one was 7.48, just shy of her seed mark of 7.58. And this one 7.17. So both attempts over that 7 metre mark, and that has been a difficult feat so far. That definitely puts her in the top half of competitors here. Might not be enough for a top 8 berth at this point, as Giselle Stoppins has a little crack here. 7.58 her first attempt. 8. And this one even better, 7.73. We know she's still got a bit of room in there to improve upon that result, 8.3. That was her seed mark coming into this one, and now we're back to regular proceedings. So Ava Harris slotting back in at position 31 as opposed to last on the list. 5.94 her seed mark. That one looking pretty much in that range too. She's, of course, representing the Barrier Association. And that one 5.43. So a little bit better there for Ava Harris, picking up an extra 6 centimetres on that first attempt. Now Gabriel Galvez for Sydney East. 5.84 the previous attempt. Second crack here. And 5.63, so no improvement here for Gabriel Galvez as of yet, but still one more throw as Abby Beck goes long here from Nowra Hill Public School. And 6.92 her personal marker to beat in terms of the seed mark. Well, that was a strong 7.08, but 6.67 is this result. So still 6.92, Abby Beck's best effort here. This now Amaya Fahima for the North Coast outfit, and that one is pretty long too. The previous effort was 7.58, and I think this will be pretty close to that 7.58. A lot of noise ringing out around the stadium too, as well as our multi-class athletes finish. Don't forget, there are multiple streams running today, so you can take in just about all the action. And there's a huge roar as well. Great to see the sportsmanship here at Sydney Athletics Centre in Sydney Olympic Park. And 7.45 for Amy Ingram. Pillar of consistency here, 7.76, 7.45. And the seed mark, 7.23. So all around a range of 50 centimetres. Now, Frankie Grant, who was fouled on her first attempt. This is throw number 2, again with that very deliberate back and forth elastic style. Representing the North Coast out of Aluka, 7.08 the seed mark. And that one is 5.86. So she'll need to come up with a big throw on that last attempt if she is to try and squeeze into that top 8. At the moment, 5.86 is, I believe, in our last few competitors here. And the white flag is up, so that's good for Amelia Ahio for the South Coast. And 7.48, so not a bad result, but 8.4. The first throw certainly has her moving through to the finals at this point. Potentially off to nationals, of course. That's going to occur in Launceston. And that should be a terrific couple of days of action. Now here for the Western Association is Aaliyah Byrne. Coming out of Wellington, 5.95 the first attempt. And a big improvement here as well for Aaliyah Byrne. An extra 55 centimetres, 6.5. Here's the marker. 6.35 the C mark. So she's bested that by 15 centimetres. And now Charlotte Harper here for Western Association, looking to crack that 6 metre mark for the first time today. I think this one will fall just shy of that marker though. Her seed mark 6.08. 5.98 the first attempt. And this one 5.37, so 5.98. Still the best effort there of Charlotte Harper. Last shot putter up for round 2. This is Julia Dino representing the Northwest. That time it's right down the hey doodle diddle. So she'll get on the mark here. And I think it has eclipsed 6 metres. This could be a good one for her. Yeah, 6.63. That's quite nice. That is, in fact, 45 centimetres above her seed mark. 6.63, 6.18. The previous best result for her, recorded coming into this event. And now, the last round for our competitors. And still, Maya Twentyman is certainly not in 20th. She's in second. So we come inside the last round of regular throws before we move to our finals phase of the competition. And we may take a short little break here as well in terms of commentary. We'll keep the stream running for you. Just before the finals, we'll make sure that we get all the last-minute administration duties covered off. So I'll be back with you in just a moment.
straight here in semi-final number 2. Received on the inside, Bureau, Chen, Bozic, Jupp, Tenko, Mormalke, Petrol, and Williams on the outside. So Maya Tenko carrying up north, lead into the straight here. Pretty close for second place at the moment. It might be Lana Bozic just pushing ahead there. Ava Jupp still in there as well. But it's Tenko with the lead of Sydney East. The Philippines second, Lana Bozic, but also Ava Jupp. And 3 to automatically qualify, taking the win, Maya Tenko. In the semi-final number 2 from Caringbah North Public School Sydney East region. Deserve a spot through to gold medal race in the final for the girls junior 200 metre championship of New South Wales. And she comes at 28.49, official winning time.
Marshalling now for track events 35 and 36. Our junior girls and junior boys 800 metres. Please make your way to the marshalling area. Track events 35 and 36. Junior girls and junior boys 800 metres.
Away in the first semi-final for the junior boys in the cloud inside Cohen, Mengel, Sharp, Chapel, McGregor, Barrett, Donicino and Foster. Have a look at the man from McKillopy, Lachlan Chapel, towering into the straight here on the inside of him. We've got Teddy Sharp and CIS is pushing up, as is the green lights on Edward Clay. 3 automatic qualifying positions of blanket for second and third, but no disputing our winner of semi-final number 1, Lachlan Chapel there. We see come across Hudson McGregor, also Jensen Barrett as well. Close racing for the first semi-final of the junior boys 200 metres, 27.52, the unofficial winning time. play. Semi-final number 2 on the inside. Essen, Air, Roper, Spadaro, Russo, Payne, Costa, Falconer, Bofo on the outside. Pretty even. Costa might just have the edge here. It is pretty close. City North competitor though. Nate Russo into the top of the straight. Ben Spadaro on the inside of McCullough. It's Sydney North, Nate Russo's put the hammer down here. Costa trying to hang in touch. Also coming up is Jack Kane, the right of CIS. They're getting a little bit closer here. But it will be our Sydney North athlete from Point Clare Primary School, Nate Russo, getting the job done in semi-final number 2, getting himself a spot through to the final. The unofficial time, 28.39.
Praise Ken, you are required at the start line for the semi-finals at the 200 metres. Praise Ken, you need to be at the start line for the 200 metres immediately.
Underway here on the inside is Morrison, Gilmore, Derry, Trenner, Lawrence, Yu, Fisher and Stewart. Well, it is a CIS competitor, Marty Lawrence on the inside of third, maybe Trainer not too far behind as Sydney is so tight in that third automatic qualifying position here between Sandra Deary, Western Reach on the inside, Rachel Gilmore just pushing into third place right now. But CIS, Marty Lawrence tearing towards the line here, Maggie Trainer as well coming through in second place, 27.19 the time to win the semi-final. And the form was pretty impressive. One semi still to come for the 11 years girls.
Welcome back here to Sydney Athletic Centre at Sydney Olympic Park. The 2023 New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships, live and free across Bar TV and also New South Wales School Sports. This is the 8 to 10 girls shot put, the third round of attempts here before we move to the finals. We certainly know that Moyo Sabella will be there. She still leads the pack. That first throw from hers, all important, 10.65. The next two, though, not quite hitting the mark. As now Ruby Perrott steps up for her third attempt. Best effort so far, 7.48 metres. 7.58 is the seed mark. Big effort here, could push her into that top 8 position. I think that might fall a little short of that marker though. And 6.95 there from Ruby Perrott. So 7.48, still her best total. It will be thereabouts for a top 8 berth. But certainly this woman now stepping up to the circle. Giselle Stoppens with 7.73 has already eclipsed that marker. This once more in that rough ballpark of the high 7s. And even better here, 7.95 from Stoppens. Very close to that 8+. Now 8 for sure. Should be enough to get through. We've seen a few throwers do so. Only the one so far to crack double digits, that is Sabella Moyo. Now Ava Harris. On a long range attempt here. 5.37, 5.43, the two previous throws. And that one by far her best. 6.48. Well done to Ava Harris. 54 centimetres further than her seed mark of 5.94. Now, Gabriel Galvez. Seed mark of 6.27. Best result so far, 5.84. And 5.77. So not quite eclipsing that marker. Now that won't be enough to see her progress through to the finals. Abby Beck here from Nowra Hill, representing the South Coast Association, needs a big result here. I don't think that's going to be big enough, unfortunately, for Abby Beck. 6.92, her longest so far. And it's 6.37, so that is the shortest of the 3 attempts. 7.08 metres was the seed mark for her. Now, Amaya Fahina, who certainly does have the potential to push for a finals berth. 7.58 is her best result so far. This is the 3rd attempt, though. And this one is a cracker, though, from Amaya Fahina. 8.33. Well, that has improved on the seed mark by more than a metre, 101 centimetres. Amy Ingram launching that one. Twice she's improved on her seed mark of 7.23, 7.76, 7.45. And this one, 7.29, also higher than the seed mark. So good consistency from Amy Ingram. 7.76, her highest. That will be thereabouts. Frankie Grant with her 3rd attempt. The first to foul. And the last one, 5.86. Really giving herself a bit of room here. And that one's a nice one from Frankie Grant. It's up over 6 metres. And the white flag is there. That's, of course, a very good thing. Red indicates a foul. And 6.48. So it's pretty strong from Frankie Grant. Not quite her seed mark, but a big improvement on her previous throw. 62 centimetres. Now, Amelia Ahio, representing the South Coast Association. And that one is long from Amelia. 8.4 has been her best effort so far. And I think this one's even bigger. This could be just our 2nd thrower to eclipse 8.63, but that's still very strong. I believe that would put her at least in the top 5, maybe even higher than that. Just having a quick look through the results. Yeah, I think that might be, at present, a bronze medal position. Of course, there's still the finals to come, as we see Alia Byrne here for Western Association, looking to best her 6.5. Six, 2, 3. So still not beating that 6.5. Now Charlotte Harper, the second last thrower that we will see before we have a quick break to figure out who's going through to the finals, and I'll keep you across all of that information as it comes through. Charlotte Harper now for Western Association. Plenty of hang time on that one, a lot of flight. Not quite the greatest distance though. That might be just shy of that 6 metre mark. Her best so far, 5.98, and this is 5.79. Last throw here of round 3. Julia Dino with the best effort so far is 6.63, the seed mark of 6.18. That one is well and truly eclipsing both of those marks though. She might just have done enough to squeeze into a top 8 position here. That's rather big. I think about 7.5 from a first glance. Now, it's a little bit shorter than that, but still by far her best throw of the day, 7.08. I don't know if it will be enough. Now our marshals here will tabulate the results, and in a few minutes' time we'll find out who is going through to our final 8. They'll get an additional 3 throws. So we'll take a quick break here, figure out all the information, and then relay that across to you in just a moment. Welcome back here to the 2023 New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships. Live and free from Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. This is the final stage here of the girls 8 to 10 shot put. Our top 8 have been decided, and they will throw from sequential order in terms of the shortest distance for qualifying, all the way through to the longest distance. That first throw there from Emmy Avellino Laidlaw. Previous best mark of 8.08, and that one's 7.62, so that won't improve on her performance so far. Now, Amaya Fahina from the North Coast. 8.33, her personal mark to beat, and that is looking bang on the money. And I certainly think this will be stretching that measurement so far. Of course, the top one to beat, though, is Sabella Moyo, 10.65. And that is a good result here from Amaya Fahina, 8.71. That immediately puts her all the way into 4th. So just outside of medal position here. Orla Malone now. 8.53, her previous best. That one is up there as well. Now, it did stray a little from the centre, heading out towards the right-hand side. So seeing in the background the second heat of the boys 12 to 13 semi-finals for the 100 metres. And 8.08 here for Orla Malone. So not improving on that 8.53. And Amelia Ahio there, 8.63, her personal mark to beat. She's dropped down, of course, with that great throw from Amaya Fahina. And 7.65 for Ahio. So unable to improve on the qualifying position. Dulcie Thompson now, who threw 8.67. She put a lot into that. It's headed out wide. Out to that left-hand side. 8.67, her personal mark to beat to try and leapfrog. And it's close, but not improving. 8.64, so just 3 centimetres shorter than her qualifying measurement. But after that throw from Amaya Fahina, she has actually dropped down a position. 8.71 from Fahina. Now, Cleo Carapa here. And the long-range effort, and that will go quite close to her previous mark of 8.88. Measurement coming through now. And it's much better than that. 9.14 for Cleo. Incredibly, still not enough to bump her up into second. Maya Twentyman with 9.29. Here she is now. That one nowhere near as impressive as that initial throw. Of course, that was her first effort of the day, 9.29. And she was out first thrower of 40, so she led for some time. And that one falling well short there, 7.08 for Maya Twentyman. And now Sabella Moyo, who's actually only got one in play so far. It was her first attempt, 10.65. That one, though, is massive. It's close to a record. Well, that'll be upwards, I think, in excess of 11 metres. It's very close to a record. That has stood for 7 years. 12.1 metres from Chelsea Ezioki, and it's 11.41 for Sabella Moyo. Well, she's added nearly an extra 80 centimetres on her previous attempt. We haven't really been able to see too much. The last 2 resulted in fouls. So it's only her second throw that we've actually seen go on today. They've both been in excess of 10 metres. A second attempt there from Emmy Avellino Laidlaw. And she's gone up by 2 centimetres there from her previous attempt, but still not besting the 8.08. So 7.64, that one. Now Fahina with her second attempt. Another good throw here. So her last effort pumped her up into fourth position, 8.71, improving on her 8.33 in the qualifying section. And 8.37, it's still an improvement on that qualifying round, but hasn't pushed her up into that bronze medal placement just yet. 8.71, still her best effort. Now, Orla Malone. Malone going long this one, heading to the right-hand side though. So again, those precious few centimetres when it does start to veer off that central passage. Just to make you pay a little bit, but 8.20. It's an improvement on the last attempt. Still not nudging in front of the overall effort from Malone so far, 8.53. Here now is Ahio. A lot of elevation on that one from Ahio, but not quite the smoothest release. So 8.63, her best so far. And that one 7.41. So also falling short of the previous attempt, 7.65. Dulcie Thompson now has been ultra consistent, 8.67 in qualifying, 8.64 the first attempt here in the finals. That one, however, is going to be a little bit shorter. Don't quite think that's reached the 8 metre mark. So no change here to our top three. Still Cleo Carapa in that bronze medal position. And 7.56 for Dulcie Thompson. So Cleo Carapa now, 9.14 the previous throw, nearly pushing her up into second. Can she improve upon that? The margin for that gold has increased though. Carapa going long, that one's a good one too. Little to the left-hand side. So that will penalise her a little bit in terms of that sheer distance. But she has improved, 9.20. Still, though, not enough to get in front of Maya Twentyman, who at 9.29 is just clinging on to second place, that silver medal, by the skin of her teeth. Here she is now. Twentyman sending that one. It's not quite as long as Cleo Carapa's, though. But it is cleared. Very close to nudging that board with the foot.
Our silver medalist from Lucas Heights, Sydney East, Elijah Duckworth.
And it's 8.40. So Sabella Moyo, who's only hit the pitch twice, 10.65 and now 11.41 the previous attempt. Here she comes for a second in the finals. And this one again is big, not quite as big as the first attempt, but you think that one will also be double digits. It certainly is 10.57, so only 3 throws that have gone in so far for Moyo Sabella, all of them in excess of 10 metres. As Emmy Avellino Laidlaw has her third and final attempt here to try and push herself up into medal contention. This one's not going to be long enough though. But it is PB for the day here for Emmy Avellino Laidlaw. Well done to Emmy. 8.19 metres. Improving on her previous best so far today of 8.08. Here's Fahina. Fahina with a strong throw there. Going right into that divot. Just peppering the ground that little bit more. So 8.71. She needed to best that. And 8.06 won't be enough. So no medal here for Fahina. She was sitting in fourth after a brilliant first throw here in the final section. 8.71. She's still there at the moment. But Carapa now cannot be caught. At least by Fahina. And a foul there for Orla Malone, so her best total will remain at 8.53. Amelia Ahio now with 8.63, her best total. To get into that medal position, she needs at least 9.2. And that won't quite be enough. That's going to fall shy of that 8 metre mark. And as it stands, she's dropped down to 6th here. Ahio. 7.75. Won't best her qualifying total of 8.63. And Dulcie Thompson, who has shown some great ability here, a chance to push into bronze medal position here. Needs to beat 9.2. That one is a long, smooth release, but it's unfortunately a little to the left. And as a result, that's not going to be enough here for Dulcie Thompson. So we know our top three. 8.12 is the last throw there for Dulcie Thompson. 8.67. Her best effort, meaning she'll finish in 5th. Amaya Fahina 4th, just outside the medal position. But here is Cleo Caraba, who has improved every throw. That one long as well, and this one might do enough to get in front of Maya Twentyman. It's going to be very tight here. 9.29 the mark to beat for second. It won't be enough to eclipse first. And it is enough. 9.54. Her final throw, she moves into second. The pressure now on Twentyman. Twentyman throwing long. It's up there as well. But I think Karapa might have sewn this one up. She might have stolen the silver run at the death. It's 9.05. It's a strong effort there from Twentyman, but it won't eclipse her 9.29. It also won't eclipse the 9.54, so we know our order now. This here is academic for Moyo. And Sabella Moyo again going long. Once more, that looks to be up around the double digits. She's already claimed the gold. They found the mark here. And we'll get our final measurement, but the celebrations can begin for Sabella Moyo. Gold medal. And that one just shy of the 10. It's her only throw that's actually landed in the field of play. That hasn't eclipsed that 10 metre mark, but there it is. Sabella Moyo did enough with that first throw of the dice. In fact, 6 throws ago. She was the 20th cab off the rank. And 10.65, that mark was never bested by any other competitor. She improved upon that in the finals. Her first throw in the second phase of the competition, 11.41. That's enough to claim the gold for Sabella Moyo. And Cleo Carapa did a great job to keep improving upon her results. The qualifying measurement, 8.88. The first throw in our second phase in the finals, 9.14. Improved once again to 9.2. Still in third at that point in time. And then the last throw, 9.54. Wrapping up the silver medal for Cleo Carapa. And then claiming bronze, Maya Twentyman. With 9.29, it was the very first throw of the competition in this 8 to 10 girls shot put. 40 competitors. Maya got us underway, and it was still her best. The other throws, 7.08, 8.4, and 9.05. So gold to Sabella Moyo, silver to Cleo Carapa, and bronze to Maya Twentyman. That wraps up this girls 8 to 10 shot put at the 2023 New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships. Live and free from Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. We'll wrap this event. Stay with us here on the stream. Still more action to come your way. And just wrapping up our last results here for the 8 to 10 Discus Multiclass. Stella Pace claiming the gold medal, Mia James claiming the silver, and Isabella Ivanovsky claiming the bronze. So that brings a wrap here to day one of all the action for the New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships. Still a little bit going on behind me, as you might be able to see. They'll be coming around soon for the 800 metres, but we are back here tomorrow morning. All of the event live and exclusive and free, of course, across our channels. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already so you don't miss a moment of the action. It all happens from 8:30 with the 200 finals series beginning with the junior girls right here. So we'll catch you tomorrow morning. Hope you've enjoyed day one of all the coverage.